Well, hello, I told it to pause. I didn't pause at time. That's fine. Hello, everybody. How are you doing today? Are you having a good time? Are you perhaps having a fun time? Let's Learns don't do stuff like that. Stuff like what? Ugh. Unfortunately, today, chat, has not been a good fun time for me. It turns out I hate cellular telephones, and also my jaw is still popping like I was complaining yesterday. I will have to call a doctor about it if it's still there tomorrow. I read one GMX and thought it was a Meteoractor anyway. Yeah, I have not read... I think I read the Fusion. The one that everyone was, like, thirsting after, even though she's got big, spooky, like... raptor claws? Bird feet? Bird legs, perhaps. People love the weird wizard women. "34C here. I was dead. I see. Ugh. Yeah, I had, unfortunately, my cell phone that I've had for several years now, something got corrupted with the USB port, which is also like the charging port. It wasn't able to charge up anymore. And I was like, I looked into fixing it, and it's like, you're probably, considering this is like 5 years old at this point, I was like, I'm past due for an upgrade. I might as well just buy like a new phone. And I thought doing so would be simple. But I went to the, well, what was it? First of all, I just tried to buy one on Amazon, and they're like, I specifically picked one because they're like, we can get it to you in 2 days. And I'm like, I can go 2 days without a phone. And today would have been the second day, and I set an alarm and everything to wake up, because if they delivered it and it was like out in the hot sun or whatever, I didn't want it to get ruined. And then, like, at the time it was supposed to show up, instead they gave me a thing. They're like, actually, it won't be here till Monday. And I'm like, I don't think I can wait that long without a phone. My parents are probably, that's the only way I have to get in contact with them. They're probably trying to contact me. I don't know. I repaired my charging port for $13 and it works. I looked into how to do it, and like the part itself is well, what was it? This is like an Android. From what I saw, they're like, yeah, the part itself is $13, but you need a heating pad or a hair dryer in order to like loosen the glue so that you can even open it, and you need like 3 or 4 specialized tools in order to be able to change it. It's not something you can just do with like a screwdriver. Even like a normal screwdriver, or even like a small screwdriver. Hello, Yami. They have sealant and shit, yeah. I don't have a hair dryer because I don't have any hair to dry. Even when I did, I just let it dry naturally. I'm not that impatient. So, like, I would have to buy a bunch of tools and everything. What are we fixing? Well, I was just trying to... I'm trying to get a new phone. I ordered one online. It was supposed to show up today. It's not showing up until Sunday, so I thought, screw it. There's an AT&T store not far from here. I'll go down there and I'll just buy a new phone. And they're like, we can't sell you the unlocked phone. You have to let us transfer the stuff for you. And I'm like, okay, fine. I'll pay the extra and wait and have you transfer it. And they're like, actually, your plan is from 5 years ago and it's not compatible with the new phone. And I was like, okay. So I need to upgrade my plan? And what was it? When I got my phone, I was living with my parents and we all got phones together and they're like, oh yeah, we can do a bundle and get it there together. And now it's one of those things where it's like, they're like, well, the only bundle we can give you is if we add internet to it. And I'm like, well, it's not my house that it's under. It's not my address. And they're like, well, call your dad and see if he wants to get AT&T. I'm like, he's 70 years old. He won't. And also, I don't have a fucking phone. I used the landline and I called him up and he's like, no, I'm not changing my internet. I'm like, he said you could save like $40 off of like both your phone and your, or what was it? He's like the combined internet and phone would be $40 cheaper than the phone is now. And he's like, I don't care. I'm not having things change. So it's like, okay, well, I'm like, well, just take me off his plan. And it's like, we can't take someone off a plan unless the guy who owns the plan is here in person. So I have to drag my dad down to the AT&T store to get me off of the plan. I see, yeah. So it's just terrible. They have, it's like, it's so frustrating to be like, you have the phone right there. I've looked up how to transfer stuff. I can do it myself. Just sell me the phone and I'll do it, but they won't sell me the fucking phone. They're like, it's specifically locked, so you have to go. I'd have to go to, I didn't even look up, is there like a Samsung store? That's who does the Galaxy, right? That's what I have now. I was just going to get the better version of that because it's worked. Maybe they would sell me one. Oh, there's a whole bunch. Fuck, why didn't I think of this earlier? Watch in amazement. Yeah, there's one literally like within walking distance. No, I'm already live. I can't cancel the stream now. I'll just have to see if I can go down there tomorrow. What are their hours? They're open on Saturday, right? Okay, yeah, they're open Saturday till 8 p.m. Okay, so I go down there tomorrow and I see if they'll just buy me a phone. Let me buy a phone. I just want to buy a phone. And then I can cancel the one I ordered online since it's not going to be here for 3 more days. Stream's over. Have you tried T-Mobile? I have not. Royal Rare Aloes today. Yeah, and this... Ugh. It doesn't... The popping in my jaw doesn't hurt, but it's annoying. And if I do it too much, then it does start to hurt. Like I chewed some gum last night and started to get a really bad headache. So it's like I need to see a doctor about that, but I need a phone before I can call the doctor. Could your dad just give you permissions to make account decisions, not over the phone? We'll see. I was supposed to visit them tomorrow. Hopefully that's still going on or whatever. The problem is, like, my brother was going to visit as well and the family, so it was going to be a big family day, and I don't think I could be like, hey, let's take some time out from, like, visiting the pool and drop down to the AT&T store to deal with that shenanigans. Hello, Runic Red Bear. Yeah, I mean, I have AT&T internet, and it's worked pretty flawlessly. I haven't had any problems with it since I got it. And I mean, in terms of the actual phone service, it's been fine. It just sucks that everything's like a big bundle now. You can't just, like, buy a thing. You know, old man yells at cloud, I remember when you could buy a thing and they gave you the thing and you just owned the thing. It was great. I got a Doom Broker. Okay. So anyway, today we're doing GMX. Let's learn GMX. I assume, are most people familiar with how Let's Learns work? We're going to be recording for YouTube. It's a blind deck building show. If I want help, I will ask for help. Otherwise, don't make a bunch of suggestions or whatever. Don't tell me about tech cards that, like, aren't in the archetype, because I would have no way of knowing those. The whole point is that I'm trying to learn the deck on my own. I'm 19 and I miss those days. I've never seen GMX here, so I'm knowledgeable. Or, I'm here for knowledge, gotcha. They do have a field spell. And real quick, I forget these days, because this is not a consistent series. How do I start these? Let me look at the previous Let's Learn. And welcome back to Let's Learn, YugiTube's only blind deck building show. I'm Hardleg Joe, if ya didn't know, and today we're looking at a Neocraft, one of the strangest Yu-Gi-Oh! Decks released in the last 5 years. Okay. So we're just jumping right into it. Also, I'm realizing I did this on Master Duel. Which makes sense, because some people can tell the difference between Master Duel and MD Pro. So we'll start here and then switch over. Konami. Doodle-doo-doo-doo. Who knows how to grow tomatoes? I don't. How hard can it be? You put them in the ground, they do their thing, they're good. Ah. This popping in my jaw is so annoying. Okay. Deck. What was Virtual Insanity? Oh, yeah. This was a deck I was seeing on, Eros was trying to play GMX on the ladder, and he ran into this. This monstrosity. And I was like, I want to play that. I want to play this monstrosity. It's so horrible. I love it. Unfortunately, despite all the URs I've saved up, I still don't have enough. Yeah, it's like you Monster Gate, and the only thing you could fucking summon is Obelisk the Tormentor. And then you mill everything. Tribute... Destroy as many monsters your opponent controls, inflict 4,000 damage. Then during the main or battle phase, banish this card. Yeah. So, like, you mill your entire deck using Monster Gate and Reasoning after you use all the Go Second tools to eat through their disruption. You got, like, a Lava Golem, you got Liberator Eto, you got Karnat, the Eternal Machine. And then you get, like, Soul Energy Max and Transaction Rollback in the graveyard. And then once you get an Obelisk on the field, you max and then, or you use Transaction Rollback to activate this. Blow up the field, inflict 4,000, and then attack directly with 4,000. The Slash Draw is in the Legacy packs. And I still haven't gotten it. So many Legacy packs. Do I just open set? It doesn't matter. I'm not going to play this right now. I'm getting distracted. Yeah, we can go ahead. The Mirror Master decks. Dancing. Moving, rearranging furniture. Fabs is shopping. I let the bird out of the cage. Okay. Let's learn GMX. GMX. All right. And I mean, I might as well at least generate the normal rare stuff. Fuck, I could probably just generate the super rares too, right? Let me do a little back of the envelope calculations here real quick. So, if I have 3,665 gem, well, let's take off the, how did I get 5? 3,660 divided by, each SR takes 30 SR points. I can craft 122 SRs. So assuming we need a playset of 3, let's divide that by 3. That means I can make 40 playsets of SRs. And that's without having to dismantle all extras, which I could easily get a whole bunch more. So yeah, why not? Just for the sake of making the show look a little better. Let's get everything but the URs in here. Oh, what was happening? Raw got new support if it comes out eligible for ladder climb? Yeah. For sure. Oh, you're doing the AI summary of what I've been talking about till now. Okay, I was a little confused about chat. Yeah, if you're just arriving, I've had a like my phone is dying. It's one of the things, like, I can't charge it. The charger's broken, right? And when I was talking to them at the phone place at the AT&T store, they were like, okay, to do the wireless transfer, we need at least 30% of the phone battery left. It was at 60 yesterday, and I turned it off. Every time I turn it on, though, the process of booting up seems to take like 2 or 3%. So now it's at like 50%. So I can still do it, but I've got to ration that 20%, and like, if it takes me a while to figure out exactly where the button is to like do it, or if the Wi-Fi and the Bluetooth don't connect correctly. Like, I want to have a little bit. But I have very limited time left with this phone before the battery gets too small and they can't transfer everything. So I need to get an unlocked phone. Unfortunately, AT&T store wouldn't sell me one. I had to and they wouldn't put one, they can't upgrade the phone with my current plan, and the plan's in my dad's name, and they won't even let me leave the plan without his permission. You have a Galaxy, right? Do you have a wireless charger? I do not. My ex-girlfriend had a wireless charger and it didn't work with this. Maybe you could look up, if you're curious, it's an A24. Galaxy A24. Phone companies, man, yeah. You can look up if that's compatible, but at least, unless there's like a different kind of wireless charger I need. Okay. Phone companies and gym memberships, more difficult to escape than any prison. You should be able to back up your phone on a hard drive. How would I connect it to a hard drive when the only port out is broken? I cannot, like, the same thing that charges it is also the thing that lets me transfer files. Maybe if my computer had, like, a Bluetooth receiver, or if I could wirelessly connect to it, but I don't think I can do that through my phone. Google Drive? I guess I could, like, upload... The thing is, like, I could upload it to Google Drive, but then I have to connect Google to, like, my phone company and give it all my information. Also, people are mowing their lawn next door. So, you know, we have to wait for a moment. I don't think we want that in the background. I assume you can hear it. It sounds like you can. Yes. I heard that one. That one was really loud. Yeah, they're like right outside the window. Nothing better than the sound of a mower and the smell of fresh cut grass. You'll need to do it before it dies. What the heck was that? 1 second, chat. I heard a big, loud crunch outside. Shrug. I can't see anything now, but who knows? Doesn't sound like a mower. Yeah, they already mowed. They're going through with a leaf blower and blowing all the grass out into the street. A weed eater / brush cutter. You're close. They got a chainsaw. I knew it. They can't fool you. You've got that. It's like those people who are really good at GeoGuessr. And like you show them a grassy field and they're like, Georgia. You just hear like generic mechanical whirring and you're like, that's a leaf blower. Probably a Black & Decker, if I had to guess. With the frequency of bullshit your neighbors do, it makes me think you live next to a hoe. Oh, homeowners association, no. I mean, if I had a homeowners association, they'd probably say, like, no cutting the lawn after 6 p.m. or whatever. I think your only option is to go to a repair shop. Well, like I was saying before, I still have, like, 55% battery on this. So as long as I keep it turned off, I should be able to wirelessly transfer everything to a new phone if I buy a new phone. It's just getting an unlocked phone. This happened on Wednesday, and I went to Amazon and I was like, okay, can I just buy a new Galaxy unlocked on Amazon? And they're like, yeah. And we'll have it delivered by Friday. And I was like, oh, sweet. And then I set an alarm for Friday because they're like, it's arriving Friday morning. And I'm like, I have to get up and get it because I can't have it sitting out like in the sun on my porch. Phones don't like to be that hot. It's like 98 degrees outside. And then I woke up and they were like, arriving soon, arriving soon, arriving soon, 2 p.m. Actually, it'll be there Monday. If I knew it would take 4 days. What's that in European? I don't know. That's the one thing. It's like, you know, I will admit to all Europeans, the metric system, superior system. Base 10, amazing. It's really easy to tell what something is when everything's base 10. But Celsius, it's weird because Celsius doesn't feel like a base 10 system. Fahrenheit feels like it should be the metric temperature because 0 on Fahrenheit is like, this is cold enough that if you stay out for like an hour, it'll probably kill you. And 100 is like, this is hot enough that if you stay out for a while, it'll probably kill you. 50 is like normal, and 70 is like a nice warm temperature that you would like to be at. Like, it just makes sense on 100 scale. When people, like, I guess it's just like what you have to be born with. At the end of the day, numbers are numbers. But when someone's like, it's 34, it's really hot. And it's like, 34 just doesn't feel like it should be hot. Because it's like, you're only a third of the way to 100. What is this scale on? For me, Celsius just makes sense. It's like, if you look at Fahrenheit as a scale of like, okay, from 0 to 100, how hot is it? It's a 95. You know it's incredibly hot. Let's real quick, Fahrenheit to Celsius. So if it's 95 degrees Fahrenheit, it's 35 degrees Celsius. 105 Fahrenheit for me today, yeah. 212 is boiling. Kelvin is just Celsius, but it starts at absolute 0. Yeah, we're talking temperatures. Because I was talking about how hot it is. It's based on water, while Fahrenheit is based on, like, other elements and also, yeah. That's the thing. People will be like, Celsius is based on water. It's like, well, I'm not water. I may be made of water. But the thing is, like, it's like, what was it? What's the scale? They're like, 0 on Fahrenheit is, like, very cold, but not cold enough to kill you immediately. 100 on Fahrenheit is incredibly hot, but not hot enough to kill you immediately. Celsius is like, well, a 20 is comfortable and a 30 is hot. It's like, so it's like a 1 to 10 scale that starts on 20. Like, what's a 0 on Celsius? That'll kill you immediately. What's 100 on Celsius? You are dead immediately. These are not temperatures that you find in nature. Zero won't kill you immediately. 0 degrees, 1 second. Oops, sorry, what's a 0 Celsius? Oh, never mind. 0 Celsius is like a reasonably cold day. Cold, but not that cold. Like, you probably want it. It's okay. Sorry, I got confused there for a second. So 0 degrees Celsius is like a reasonably cold day. And 100 degrees Celsius is, you will die immediately. 0 is when water begins to freeze. Yeah, I know. I just said, like, though, the thing is that, like, that has no bearing on human life. And 100 is when water begins to boil. Yeah. Because it's like the temperature at which water freezes is like, yeah, you can live in that for a while. You're fine. Just wear a jacket. Wear a coat. It'll be cold, but you're not going to get frostbite or anything. It doesn't tell you much of anything. What's 0 degrees Fahrenheit is negative 18 degrees Celsius. I do not like temperatures below 60. Yeah, well, the comfort zone for... The comfort zone in Fahrenheit for, like, a human living is, like, 60 to 70. Which makes sense, because, you know, on a scale of 1 to 10, you want things to be, like, a 6 or 7. Knowing when water freezes is pretty helpful for your day-to-day. Negative 18 is an average February day here. $20 is comfortable. 20 in either direction is where problems start. Yeah, and I'm saying it's weird to me because it's like, it just should be, you know, it's part of the metric system. So it's like, why does it start on 20 and then have a scale? Like, if I was like, okay, here's how I want you to rate something. A medium movie is a 20. The greatest movie you've ever seen is a 60. And the worst movie you've ever seen is a 0. We're on a 0 to 60 scale where 20 is in the middle. It doesn't start on 20. Yeah, but they were just saying 20 is like a comfortable day. It's just a cultural thing. Yeah, I'm sure if I grew up with Celsius, it would be fine. It's just weird because it's like, you know, as an American, even though I didn't grow up with meters, like, I don't understand how long a meter is. I don't know how long a kilometer is. I think in feet and miles. But I'm able to recognize that, like, yeah, centimeters and meters and kilometers, those all make sense. Those are all the better way to do things. If we could switch, I would. But Fahrenheit and Celsius is one of those things, like, I don't see why Celsius would be better. It just feels unintuitive to me in a way that, like, kilometers don't. I love the climate discussion. We're not really discussing the climate. Yeah, Fahrenheit is how hot you feel on a scale from 0 to 100. Celsius is how water feels on a scale from 0 to 100. And you know, I'm made up of mostly water, but I'm 100% human. Temperature in C is for cooking, not for you. Yeah. That would make that I could understand that. But it's like it's one of those things, right? Where it's like I could understand if you were just cooking stuff, then Celsius is very useful if you're like in a laboratory conditions. But then it's like, if you're gonna be talking about, like, most of the time when I ask the temperature, it's what temperature am I going to be? What temperature do I want my house? What temperature is it outside? How should I dress to be ready for the temperature? And if you're gonna use that there, then it's like, it gets really complicated if you're switching units to do other stuff. Fahrenheit is a vibes-based system. Yeah. But I mean, okay, here's the thing that, like, a lot of people don't want to admit. Even the metric system is a vibes-based system. Like, at the end of the day, someone had to sit down and be like, what's an appropriate length for a meter? And it's like, this big? Like, they sat down, and they calculated it out, and then they made everything that kind of, like, based on that, you know, it's all symmetrical and everything. But at the end of the day, someone just picked and they're like, yeah, this seems about useful. Who is this Celsius guy? Why does he freeze my water whenever he feels like a zero? What came out first, the foot or the meter? I'm pretty sure the foot. Okay, so the foot has been around for longer, but it hasn't been consistent. Like, an English foot was different from a French foot. I believe at one point it was like, this might just be an anachronism or something I misheard. So, you know, this might be misinformation. But I seem to remember it being like, you know, a foot was like established as like a certain length. And then there was some king, when kings had a lot more power, who was like, well, this foot isn't the size of my foot, and if I'm the leader, then a foot should be of the appropriate size. So, like, they changed it to match his foot. And then once they set that precedent, then, like, his son was like, well, if father's foot was set the standard for the English foot, then that's what I want mine to be as well. So for like 100 years, it just changed every like 30, 40 years. And then finally they just had enough and they're like, just pick a size and that's the foot. Isn't the foot now the length of a corn or something? The royal foot could be a card, yeah. What's really funny, if you've never heard the story behind why America still has the metric system, because there was a time, like, around World War I, America, like, right before World War I, you know, we've come out of the Civil War, we've decided to be a union, we've started acting more like the United States. That's when you had things like Prohibition. You sort of had this revival of people, like, people reevaluating things and being like, yes, we should try to be moral, we should try to be scientific about the world. They're like, obviously there were still problems with a lot of things, but people seemed to be making an honest attempt as a society to fix things. And there was a big movement around that time to try to get America switched over to the metric system. But there was a group of people in Washington who lobbied very, very heavily against it. And they lobbied against it because they had a weird interpretation of the Bible that had to do with like magical numbers. And they were like, the pyramids are exactly 700 feet, but they're like 13.75 meters. And they're like, that proves that the ancient Egyptians used English, like American feet as measurements. And that's because America is God's chosen country. And we have stumbled upon this ancient unit of measurement that is divine and perfect. And therefore we should keep it instead of switching over to this, agnostic, like, godless metric system. Makes sense, Keiko. Yeah. Like, it was this weird thing where they were like, yeah, they're like, there's all this evidence that a lot of biblical, like, ancient structures were built and they have exact feet measurements. And therefore feet are like the canonical God-given measuring unit. Can we ban lobbying instead? Yeah. And the thing was, right, like, this was all based on like a pair of books that, like, not a pair of books, it was like a handful of books that all did these measurements. And obviously none of them had actually been to Egypt. They were just taking these books as being truthful. And the thing is, if you actually measure like the pyramids or whatever, it's not exactly 700 feet. It's like 700 feet and 4 inches. But the person writing the book didn't bother to measure it down to the inch. They just rounded down. And because they rounded down, and the people who read the book like 100 years later thought that they were being exact, that it was exactly 700. And they're like, all these things are exact numbers. It can't be a coincidence. They wouldn't just round down without telling us. I mean, that's the thing about like the, 1920s, like America, is like a lot of people really, really trying to be really scientific, trying to think outside the box, and also because they didn't have global communications or whatever, they were just like, well, this smart person said a thing. We have no way to, like, use the scientific method to double check if they were right. So we're just going to assume that they did it right, right? They wouldn't do the obvious thing. I mean, it's the same thing, like, when you look at, one of my favorite, like, 1920s guy is, like, Joseph Kellogg. The guy who made, like, all the Kellogg cereals and everything. Who was, like, this famous doctor who was noted for starting this, like, what they called a sanitarium, which was supposed to help people get over, like, depression and other, like, physical ailments and stuff like that. It was kind of like a hospital. But, like, he had this crazy radical idea that maybe changing your diet and getting exercise and being out in the sun was good for you. Because previously the idea was that, like, oh, you don't want to be outside. That's where all the illnesses come from. And also the sun can burn you, so don't be in the sun. So if someone was depressed, they'll be like, you must have some kind of sickness. You probably got it from, like, some miasma out in the air or whatever. So stay at home and make sure you close all the curtains so you don't get any sun on you. And don't go outside, don't talk to other people. So they would just, like, sequester people in solitary confinement, essentially, and be like, it's weird, they're away from the miasma, but they're not getting better. But yeah, so Kellogg came out and started doing all this scientific research and was like, actually, a lot of this is not true. And it turns out that, like, a good balanced diet of, like, a lot of grains with some vegetables and a little bit of fruit can be really beneficial. Exercise can be beneficial. Having sunlight and there's a lot of stuff that, like, we look at today as, like, common knowledge that, like, came from him. But also, he was like, well, if you masturbate, that causes insanity. And one of the best ways to keep people from masturbating is to get them circumcised. Which is why most Americans are kind of circumcised now. It was, like, started as a trend to stop you from masturbating because he thought it caused mental illness. Which was just based off his, like, well, sex is gross and people who like it too much are weird. That and cornflakes. He started a whole cultural trend. Or what was it? The whole thing, I remember hearing this growing up where he's like, you must chew your food 32 times to make sure that it's completely chewed up for good digestion. That comes from Kellogg. And it has no basis in anything scientific. Like, yes, your food does need, like, if you chew it 32 times, it will be complete mush, and your chances of choking on it will be 0. But there's no benefit to chewing things 32 fucking times. The thing we do to reproduce and live is gross. Yeah. Well, it's one of those things, like, what was it? He had a wife, and he was like, no, I never have sex with my wife. Every time you ejaculate, it takes 5 years off of your life. He's like, it doesn't matter whether you're doing it to reproduce or doing it for your own pleasure. He's like, it is of my opinion that you should have as little sex as possible. He's like, we didn't want kids, so we never did it. Did his wife cheat on him? No, she was weird too. They were both just weirdos. Brother. Well, they're like, well, that's your life force. You know, it's the force that creates life. If you have that inside of you and you're giving it up, then you have less life inside of you. I'm not sure if I should disclose whether or not I should be dead. That, he was like really into enemas. He was like, you gotta clean out your colon 3 times a day, at least. Huh? Yeah. The food pyramid was a Swedish holdover. Oh no. I don't think that is good for you. No, it's not. Is that how he satisfied his urges? I've heard a rumor that, like, Kellogg may have had, like, an anal fixation and the enemas were how he, like, got satisfaction and he just deluded himself into thinking that wasn't what was happening. I don't know if any of that's true. But it's one of those things where it's like, you know, it's just the 1920s in a nutshell, right? He had all these, like, visionary ideas that were absolutely true, that, like, did great stuff, helped a whole lot of people, push science forward, and also he had a bunch of crackpot ideas that are completely wrong, some of which continue to permeate through society to this day. We need Netflix flicks to make a doc. There's a whole bunch of them on the on YouTube. They're great. Was he in the closet? I don't know. I mean, that was the thing back then too, right? Is that they're like, oh, well, homosexuality is a mental illness. It's like, interesting. Why is that? Like, well, it's yucky and gross. If someone does yucky and gross things, that must mean there's something wrong with them. Like writing with your left hand, that's also a mental illness. Michelin star system was formed by a tire company? Yeah. It wouldn't get entirely decriminalized until 2004. Anyway, you all ready to learn about dinosaurs? Sorry, we got a completely different thing. But yeah, that's... just like, it's this weird... Again, just learning about 1920 stuff, going back where he was like, well, you know, the whole idea of masturbation causing mental illness, the reason they thought that, well, one of the reasons was they were like, well, homosexuality is a mental illness, and if you masturbate, you must love touching penis, and a guy who loves touching dicks that much must be gay. Like, back then, a lot of the thought leaders were like, yeah, anyone who touches their own junk is gay. It's logical if you ignore reality. Flawless logic. I beg your finest pardon. Isaac Newton was a virgin, so clearly sex makes you stupid. This is staying in the video, right? No. God, no. Okay. Go ahead and fill yourself up with cats in the chat. Let's get this started. Have you seen the post of the guy who refuses to wipe? We can't talk about that. We'll be here all day. Rocktopus has redeemed a honk. Critter? Thank you, Critter. Okay. Well, remind me after this we can talk about that weirdo. Okay. Fuck. Why'd you remind me? It's the most insane. Okay. And welcome back to Let's Learn Yu-Gi-Oh! YouTubes. Okay. And welcome back to Let's Learn Yu-Gi-Oh's Damn it. Keep saying Yu-Gi-Oh! Instead of YouTube. And welcome back to Let's Learn YouTube's most prehistoric blind deck. Okay, 1 second. Also, I need to write down time codes for when this starts. I'll put it here, I guess. Welcome back to Let's Learn, YouTube's most ancient blind deck building Okay. And welcome back to Let's Learn, YouTube's most ancient blind deck building show. I'm Hardleg Joe, if you didn't know, and today we're going to be looking at GMX, the new archetype of dinosaurs and lady dinosaurs that has fusioned its way onto Master Duel. This is one of those archetypes that looks really interesting, but everything I've heard about it says that it's terrible. So I figured, why not? Let's sit down and learn how it works on our buyers. Okay. This is one of those archetypes that looked really interesting just from the art style and the little bit I've seen about the effects, but every single person I've seen who has played it has said it is absolutely terrible. Are they correct? Is this completely unplayable? Is it a diamond in a rough? Could perhaps some new support make it viable again? We're gonna find out. Viable again, okay. This is one of those decks that just looked really interesting. Okay. This is one of those decks that looked really interesting at first glance, but everyone I know who has actually played it has said it's terrible. Just absolute dog water. And I've been curious to see how that can be true. And more importantly, is this one of those decks like Radiant Typhoon where it's okay, but a Link monster would absolutely solve all its problems? I guess only time will tell. The only way to know. Damn it, okay. This is one of those decks that looked really interesting at first glance, but every person I know who's actually played it has said it's terrible. Absolute dog water. One of the worst archetypes in modern memory. And I'm curious to see how true that is. And more importantly, is this one of those archetypes that can be salvaged with just a few extra points of support? So we're going to go in and give it the Let's Learn treatment, which if you don't know, is blind deck building. I'm going to go in, I'm going to read all these cards for the first time, and I'm going to try to see if I can figure out how the deck works. Not only should this give me intimate knowledge of every card and what it does, but, you know, okay. Not only will this give me intimate knowledge of every card and how it works, but it'll serve as a good example of what you can do at home. You know, I hear a lot of people complain that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is hard to get into, that you can't just sit down and figure out a deck, you need deck list, and I don't think that's necessarily true. It certainly helps, but I think this game is perfectly capable of being understood just by looking at all the cards in an archetype. So that's what we're going to do. As a result, we will not be building the best GMX deck, but this should give you all the knowledge you need to jump in and make something amazing. So without further ado, let's go ahead and jump into it. Wow. Okay. I am handling something at the moment, but once I am free, my squad and I will pull up to your stream. I have no idea what that means. I don't think I trust like a first-time viewer being like, my squad is coming here. Okay. I don't want to build decks. I want to turn people into dinosaurs. Okay. So chat, go ahead and get ready with the field spell. Is this splashable with OG dinosaurs? We're gonna find out. We're learning this for the first time. Yeah, go ahead, just write the field spell in the chat. If you're unfamiliar. It's like a running meme here. The field spell, exactly. The field spell. Okay. Oh yeah, we're gonna get the spin and we're gonna spin back. Alright, so to start out with, anytime you get a new okay. I go. Alright, so anytime you're looking at a new archetype, there's one card you should always start with if they have it. And they do have it this time. Chat already knows what it is, and it's the okay. Try this one more time. Alright, so anytime you're learning a new archetype, there's one type of card that you should always start with. They tend to have unifying effects that unite everything together and give you a good idea of what your win condition is going to be. And chat already knows exactly what it is. It's the field spell. And fortunately, GMX does have a field spell. GMX Lab number 5. I wonder what happened to the other 4. So this says, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects when you normal or special summon a GMX monsters. During the main phase, you can set one GMX spell trap from your deck, except for lab number 5. Then place one card from your hand on top of the deck. You can only use this effect once per turn. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. So we already know from looking at the extra deck that this is a fusion archetype. And this has what I would call an almost standard fusion archetype effect. You know, it's something you see on Magical Meltdown as well. Just this idea that when you summon cards, stuff can't be activated. So if you're going to invest a bunch of cards into a fusion summon, it doesn't immediately get, like, negated or bottomless trap hold or whatever. The second one makes me curious. So you can set a spell trap from your deck. That does play around like Ash and Droll, so that's pretty good. Assuming they have normal spells, you can immediately activate them. And then you place one card on top of your deck, which makes me think this is going to do something where it's like you reveal the top of your deck or mill the top of your deck or something like that. It feels more like a stacking effect than a cost, because usually if it's a cost, you would shuffle it in. So I think knowing what we do, let's look at the other spell traps and see what we're going to be setting. It looks like they have a normal spell, a quick play spell, and a continuous trap. So you can set any of these, but the only one you would be able to activate the turn it's set is this one. These other two you would have to wait until your opponent's turn. So let's start with their only normal spell, GMX Applied Experiment number 55. I must say, this is very interesting art. It looks like the GMX are a bunch of green lanterns. They seem to have a power battery there. I don't know, maybe it's something else. Comment in the comments. Anyway, the effect says, excavate the top cards of your deck until you excavate a GMX monster and a dinosaur monster. Lose 400 for every excavated card. Then you can fusion summon a GMX fusion from your extra deck using any of the excavated monsters as material. Also, shuffle the rest into the deck. You can only activate one per turn. Ah, I see. So we're excavating. Okay, so now the stack makes sense. You can put a dinosaur or a GMX on top of your deck. And you really don't want to mill a whole bunch, which means the more non-engine you put in this deck, the worse things are. I am curious, you need a GMX and a dinosaur. Let's real quick look at their monsters. Okay, so they do have a dinosaur, warrior, psychic, reptile, beast warrior, warrior. So they do have one archetypal dinosaur, but you're probably going to want to mix this with other dinosaurs. Otherwise, the chances that you'll hit this 1-3 of are pretty dang low. Unless there's some way to recoup all those life point costs. Very interesting. So absolutely meant to be mixed with something. Unfortunately, there's not really any good dinosaur hand traps except for Misk. I assume you'll want to play Misk in here if we're doing dinosaur shenanigans. And from there, I'm half tempted, should we read these other ones first or should we go to the fusions? I kind of feel like we're following a trail here, right? Like this sets this lets us fusion summon. So before we go further, let's see what we can fusion summon by looking over our monsters. I assume these are going to be our win conditions. There's 4 of them. One of them has to be something powerful that you'll want to summon first turn. So let's start with the highest level one and just work our way down. And the highest is this level 10, GMX Comprex. This is a level 10, 3,700 attack, 2,300 defense. And I must say, I like the art here. You know, it's one of the few dinosaur arts that takes advantage of what we now know about dinosaurs, which is that they were probably more colorful and covered with feathers and everything. Makes for a very vibrant and distinct looking archetype. Plus on the art, although this foot is like really, really big in context of everything, it doesn't feel like it should be this forward. So, you know, A+ for the art style and -1 for proportions. Anyway, this takes 1 GMX monster and 2 or more dinosaur monsters. Interesting. Real quick, going back, you excavate until you hit a GMX and a dinosaur. So you're only ever going to make this with 2, at least if you use that fusion spell. Which makes me think they must have some other way to fusion. Otherwise, you would never hit 2. Wait, 1 second. Excavate until you've excavated a GMX and a dinosaur. Okay, so I think you actually can't make this with that fusion, because you would need to hit 2 dinosaurs. The only way you could do it is if you hit like 2 dinosaurs first and then a GMX monster. And considering how many GMXs there are, that seems unlikely. Either way, we'll go ahead and read this, but I don't think you're actually summoning this first turn using that spell, at least not likely. So this gains effects based on the number of dinosaurs you used as fusion material. If you use 3 or more, your opponent cannot target this. 4 or more, this can make 3 attacks during the battle phase. 5 or more, each time your opponent summons a monster, they lose 800. Once per turn, if you excavate a card by a GMX card effect, you can destroy all other monsters on the field. Okay, I was a little worried at first. Those first 3, again, they're really hard to make with the fusion. But this ensures that if you can make this at all, and then anything else excavates, and the way this is phrased, it makes me think this is going to be kind of like Adamantipator. This is going to be an archetype that is excavating more and more. In which case, you get this out, and then if you can excavate during the opponent's turn, you get a board wipe. So pretty neat, if not a little difficult to get out. I mean, we do have the trap and the quick play, so maybe those can get it out quicker. Let's go ahead, though, continue with the fusions, see what else we got in here. Starting with everyone's favorite card for some reason, GMX Velox. So this is a level 8 with 2,700 attack, 1,300 defense. Takes 1 GMX and 1 dinosaur monster, so very easy to make off the spell. And each time your opponent normal or special summons monsters, you gain 200 life points. During your opponent's turn, quick effect, target 1 card your opponent controls, excavate the top card of your deck until you excavate a GMX or a dinosaur, lose 400 for every card, add that GMX or dinosaur to your hand or special summon it, shuffle the rest into the deck. Also, after that, destroy the targeted card. You can only use this once per turn. Cheese and crackers! That has to be the longest, like, is that even part of the same effect? There's like a period there. They couldn't even fit it all in one thing. It's like, activate, do this huge thing, pop a card. That's, at the end of the day, all this is activate this effect, pop a card. A quick effect pop, not the best, most effective thing, especially in this format, but there are some formats where that can be pretty useful. I mean, I guess to be fair, if you're against Cool Tune and you can keep them off a monster on board, that does help, assuming they don't have one of their, like, 3 other ways to get an additional monster on board, and it does target. But it does also excavate, so if you have the other dinosaur, that'll blow everything up. And you do get to summon the monster, so depending on what you hit, you might be able to do something powerful. So far, this at least does something, just not a lot. Which sounds really weird, you know, in any other archetype, I think if you had a card that was like, pop a card, summon a monster from the deck, it would be good. It's the excavation and the fact that hitting anything, you don't get to choose what you summon. You just hope you hit something good. It would be much nicer if it was like Adamantipator, where it was like, excavate 5, pick a GMX or a dinosaur and do that. This is one of those things that, like we were talking earlier, can we fix this archetype? Can we make it better? And I'm already seeing a flaw that's like almost impossible to get over unless you have a bunch more cards that like stack stuff on top of the deck. You'd have to stack the deck first and then do this. Okay, we have 2 more... Alright, we got 2 more fusion monsters, though. We've got GMX Alos, another level 8. This one has 3,000 attack, and the same summoning condition. So this might also be kind of a disruption. Each time your opponent normal or special summons, gain 200 life points. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. Target one GMX or dinosaur in your graveyard or banishment, and special summon it. This card cannot attack the turn this effect is activated. At the start of the damage step, if this card battles an opponent's monster, you can destroy this monster. Alright, not too terrible. I mean, it's 3,000. It's essentially like a Shadal construct, like it blows up anything. And it can bring back a monster, although you can't attack. Is it the turn you use this? Yeah, the turn. So you can't even, like, attack and then bring it back later. And I'm realizing that's not even a quick effect. So you really do just have to choose. Do you want to summon a monster or attack? So the power of this is really going to depend on the GMX main deck monsters. If there's stuff that you want to hit that'll do an effect on summon, then this might be a little better. As it stands, this doesn't seem like much. Also, it really is interesting to see this, like, every time you reveal, or for every card you reveal, you take 400 damage. And then 2 of these monsters now have a life point recovery effect, but it's like a reverse tax effect. Usually if a card inflicts damage every time your opponent summons, we call that like a tax. This would, I guess, be a refund effect. You know, it's the reverse of a tax. Every time they summon, you get life points back. The problem, of course, is that they have to summon twice before you get enough back to make up for the fact that you've excavated one. Okay. The problem is they have to summon 2 times to make up for each excavation, and if your opponent summons twice, they probably have enough stuff to get rid of this. Maybe 3 times at most. And I imagine you're going to be usually revealing, like, several cards. So, it really doesn't feel like enough to make up for the fact. Like, as soon as they get to 3, they've made an extra deck monster, and they can then probably get rid of this, and then you're no longer gaining life points. And the fact that you took, like, 1,800 to summon this is not going to be made up for. Okay, and our final fusion monster is Evolved Danine. This is a level 6 with 2,400 attack. It takes specifically Returned Dino Danine and 1 dinosaur monster, so very difficult to make. Let me check real quick. Yeah, it's this one, the one that's actually like a dinosaur. So you could make it with 2 copies of itself or itself and a dinosaur, but you have to hit that specifically. So with the spell, it would be a little bit difficult to get to this, because if you hit any other GMX monster, you're just locked out of this. If this card is special summoned, add a GMX card from your deck to your hand. You can only use the following effect. Oh, okay. If this card is special summoned, you can add a GMX card from your deck to your hand. You can only use this effect once per turn. If you excavate a card by a GMX card effect, you can activate the following effect based on where the card is at activation. If it's on the field, you gain 1,500 life points. If it's in the graveyard, you summon this card. Read Danine name. What? Returned dinosaur. I don't know what you mean. It's not a GMX. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay, let's try this again. If this card is summoned, you can add one GMX card from your deck to your hand. You can only use this effect of Evolve Danine once per turn. If you excavate a card by a GMX effect, you can activate the following effect depending on where this card is at activation, but you can only use each effect once per turn. On the field, gain 1,500. In the graveyard, summon this card. Okay, so we have a searcher in a fusion, but getting to it seems difficult, at least with the fusion spell we know. I mean, if you do hit it, it does search everything, and then while it's on the field, it doesn't really do anything. I mean, it does actually give you back a significant number of life points, at least at once. You know, that'll make up for 3 excavations. And if it's in the graveyard, it just comes back anytime you do something. So it's got that, what's his name? It's that Five Nights at Freddy guy. He always comes back. Afton. Yeah, he's got the Afton effect. But so far, nothing too impressive. We've got a construct. We've got a single pop. This is the only thing that's actually good, but making this seems difficult. So let's take a step back. We know what this spell does. Let's check out these other spells, or this spell in this trap, rather, and see if they make it easier to summon either of these. And then we'll start going through the monsters. So we'll start with the quick effects. GMX 55th Experiment Report. Fusion summon one dinosaur fusion from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field. If your opponent controls a monster, you can also use one GMX monster from your deck as material. During your main phase, you can banish this card from your graveyard, excavate the top cards of your deck until you excavate a GMX, add that to your hand, shuffle the rest of the deck. You can only use one effect per turn and only once per turn. This was almost really good. So this one is the one that lets you fusion summon, and you can use anything. You do only get one monster from your deck, but one monster from the deck is still good. That means if you have like a GMX and a dinosaur in hand or multiple dinosaurs in hand, you can make the really, really big guy, although you'd have to give up a lot of cards in hand. But once you do make it, then this also gives you an outlet to excavate in order to trigger the effect. This does say it's by a GMX card effect, yeah, so this does trigger it. It's really just unfortunate that you can't do both in the same turn. You have to wait until next turn in order to get your potential search. At least the search doesn't deal burn damage to you, so that's alright. Yeah, if this was... If you could do both, then this would be perhaps worth... I mean, it's still worth running. I'm just not sure how many of it you run. So far, all of the ratios on this are really weird because it doesn't operate like other decks. It's kind of like Light Sworns where you're gambling off the top. We'll really have to see. Okay, let's go ahead and see what does the trap do. Anti-GMX, final experiment. Do we want an anti-card? Activate only if you control a GMX monster. Once per turn, when your opponent activates a monster effect, except during the damage step. Once per turn, when your opponent activates a monster effect on the field, except during the damage step, you can excavate the top 5 cards of your deck. If you excavated a GMX, negate the activated effect, place the rest of the cards on the top or bottom of your deck in any... Damn it, I burped at the very end. Okay, let me try that one more time. Once per turn, when your opponent activates a monster effect on the field, except during the damage step, you can excavate the top 5 cards of your deck. If you find a GMX card, negate the activated effect, Place the rest of the cards on the top or bottom in any order. Alright, so this isn't terrible. It's more akin to what I was asking for before, you know? You don't have to go until you hit a GMX. Although, to be honest, that would be better with this, since you want to negate. This is a negate that doesn't always work. At least it is a continuous trap, so once it's on the field, you can activate it during your opponent's turn. If it makes it back around to your turn, you have another negate. And since it's a GMX card that excavates, you can trigger the dinosaur and wipe the field and stuff. But this does kind of ensure that you have to be playing a lot of GMXs. You can't play like the bare minimum and really go gambling. At least not if you want to play this card and actually have it resolve. This should have a second effect. It would be neat if they had effects like when they were excavated. Maybe that's what the monsters do. So far, I'm still not quite sure. I'm gonna have to read the rest of these. I mean, I will say, I think the field spell does feel like a 3 of, simply because it searches any of the spells. Like, whatever spell or trap you want, it's just a matter of, like, is this something you play at 3 because you always want to resolve it? And then if you don't get it, the field spell is like another copy of it. And if you do get it, then you can get a backup by getting like the quick... Oh, I put the wrong one in there. I needed to put the field spell. These look very similar from afar. Okay, so I will say you do want to play the field spell probably at 3, simply because it searches all the other spell traps. I'm not sure yet if the normal spell is something you always want to open with, and then this is like an extra copy of it. If you already have it, fine, you grab one of the other two. Or if this really is a deck where like you want to resolve one of these each. It's going to depend on if they have any kind of recycling, and if any of these monsters fusion summon. Because I could see one of them doing something. As for the monsters, with some decks you want to start with the higher levels, for some you want to start with the lower. Considering all the lower levels are the URs and SRs, and considering this is the one that was named, and also it's not actually a GMX, so it just counts as a dinosaur, but it has GMX in the title. Let's go ahead and start with this one. Returned Dino Danine. Come on, Danine. Okay. So level 1 dinosaur, only 400 attack, 1200 defense. If this card is special summoned by a monster effect, you can add one GMX monster from your deck to your hand. During your main phase, you can fusion summon one dinosaur fusion from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can make all dinosaurs you currently control gain 400. You can only use each effect once per turn. Huh. This does not seem all that good. I mean, I guess if you want a normal summon, this is a normal summon that can allow you to fusion summon. You can threaten to do that, and then if they, like, in-permit or whatever, then you can activate the spell. But it only lets you use stuff using on your hand or field. And its search effect is only when it's special summoned, and specifically by a monster effect. So that means what? You have to summon it from Alos. None of these other ones special summon. No, Velox does. Okay, so you can Velox, but only during the opponent's turn. And the fusion summon isn't a quick effect, which I feel like it really should be in a deck like this. Miscellaneousaurus, yeah, I suppose it's a one card you can get off of Misk. I forget what Misk is at in Master Duel. Let's really quick look up Misk. Okay, it's at 3. Yeah, I think you absolutely want to play this at 3. You discard it, all your fusion monsters are dinosaurs, so they're unaffected. Then you banish it from the graveyard, summon Danine. But I don't think you want to play this at any more than 1, because it does almost nothing on your hand, and you have so many other ways to fusion summon. And like, yeah, you can fusion summon, like, from the hand. Like, you can fusion summon, but it's just from the hand. Real quick, I assume when you excavate the cards, it does send them to the graveyard. So yeah, this will probably be in the graveyard. And if it's sent, it gains all attack. Yeah. Okay. So not looking great so far. They've got one UR in the main deck. Let's see if this can really bring things together. This is GMX researcher Selande. The fusion can recycle Misk. Ah, I see. So it's a level 3 warrior, 1500 attack, 700 defense. If this card is normal summoned, you can special summon a non-warrior GMX monster or a level 3 or lower dinosaur monster from the deck. If this card is special summoned by a monster effect, you can add one GMX spell trap from your deck to your hand. If a dinosaur fusion is on the field, you can shuffle this card from the field into the deck, and if you do, negate the effects of one face-up card on the field until the end of this turn. A pity that's not a quick effect. You can use each effect one per turn. Okay. So just to start out with, I can see why this is the UR, because it's a 3-of. It summons anything out of the deck. That's kind of crazy. It gets Misk. You can like link off. You're not locked into anything. Misk in the graveyard gets that. You can also just immediately summon Janine. You could also just immediately summon Deneen, and then Deneen gets you a card, and then you can fusion summon. This is also good enough that I'm going to be like, what we want to do is get reinforcements of the army. You want as many copies of this guy as possible. It has a normal summon effect. It has a special summon effect. This does everything. It even recycles itself if you don't use it, if you want to put it like back into the deck. Still kind of under the power curve for what this is trying to do, but at least it does something. Dino Janine from Dino Accounting. Yeah, also this summons a level 3 or lower dinosaur from the deck. 1 second. Oviraptor is a level 4, right? Okay. They couldn't make this that easy. I was really hoping this is like the premier searches a dinosaur card on summon, but you can't summon that. You could probably get like the babies, but so far you don't have any way to pop them. Okay, moving up the line, we have the other SR, GMX Chairman Kim Ridge. Kim Ridge? Whatever. Oh, he's got the Green Lantern thing. So level 4, 1000 attack. He's a psychic. Ooh. You can reveal this card in your hand, add GMX Applied Experiment 55 from your deck or graveyard to your hand, and if you do, shuffle this into the deck. If this card is special summoned by a monster effect, you can target 2 cards in your graveyard that are either GMX or dinosaurs, place them on top of your deck in any order, then destroy an attack position card your opponent controls. Alright, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, so Applied Experiment 55 is the fusion spell. So we've officially got a card that searches the fusion spell, which means you could probably get away with playing this at like 1, unless you really want this in your hand. Shuffles himself in the deck to do so, and if you hit this off of the fusion spell, then not only do you get to recur 2 resources, but you get to destroy a monster. It's unfortunate that he's the one that, like, is disruption when you get him off of Velox, because he's also the one that stacks cards. Because it would be really great. I guess he could stack himself if you had another copy in the graveyard. Very interesting. I almost wish he, like, discarded himself. But yeah, so theoretically, you wait for your opponent to summon 2 cards, then you activate Velox, you hope that Velox gets this guy. If it does, this guy will stack 2 cards, and then you'll pop a card with him, you'll pop a card with her, and then if you have, like, the quick play, No, the quick play won't do anything. And this won't do anything. I guess you can ensure that you'll hit off of the GMX. Final, or the anti-GMX, I should say. Yeah, you don't really set up for anything except for another copy of this. Yeah, this is like one of the better cards they have, but it also is just like, this is so messy. I'm wondering if this is like, maybe you just have to play it weird. Maybe people just aren't used to playing a deck like this, and if you stack it right and you do the thing, and you think like 3 steps ahead, you can make it work. That's kind of how Crystron's were, but I don't think so. Not so far. Let's see, we've still got 3 other monsters. Granted, they're normals and rares, so probably not that powerful, but maybe they'll unlock something. So going down, we got GMX Associate Noma. She's just a Noma girl. She's just a Noma girl with huge fingernails, with the longest fingernails. Cheese and crackers. Level 4, Reptile for some reason. 900 attack, 1300 defense. If this card is special summoned by a monster effect, you can target 1 card each from your graveyard and your opponent's graveyard. Place each card on top or bottom of the deck. If a monster is normal or special summoned to your opponent's field, while this card is in the monster zone, except during the damage step, you can fusion summon a GMX by shuffling the materials from your field, graveyard, and or banishment into the deck. Okay, we finally got a graveyard fusion. I was wondering when we were going to get that. It feels like something this deck absolutely needs with how many like things they're milling and going through. It is weird that it's locked onto this card that like you kind of want to normal summon, or like you could special summon it off of things, and then if they extend without crashing into it, you can fusion summon again. And that might be a great way to get into Comprex, and then if you have another way, but boy, the combos are going to be hard. The problem is, okay, so this can summon that. So if you already have everything you need, you can get this. I don't think you want this to be your normal summon, because if you don't have anything in your hand or graveyard, it's not really that great. I think this is something you want to either hit or summon off of Selende. We'll see, we'll see. Next up, we've got GMX Suppression Squad. Another level 4, 1900 attack, 0 defense, Beast Warrior. And if this card in your hand... If this card is in your hand and you control a GMX or a dinosaur, you can special summon it. You can target 1 face-up monster on the field, excavate the top cards of your deck until you excavate a dinosaur, send that dinosaur to the graveyard, and if you do, the targeted monster becomes a dinosaur until the end of the turn. Shuffle the rest into the deck. You can only use each effect once per turn. Huh. So you could target... This isn't a quick effect either. So I guess just if you want more dinosaurs for Comprex, or you need ones for one of these other fusions, it can work. But this does like nothing if you excavate it. And even on its own, it's like an extender in a deck that doesn't have any links natively. It doesn't help you fusion. Putting it on the field doesn't do anything. All it does is like you can make more dinosaurs. And I don't think you want or need enough of that yet. I'll keep it at 1, but honestly, if I had a side deck, I would put that down there and be like, I'll consider it. I guess it does at least trigger something. You can make an enemy a dinosaur for Super Poly. Yeah, I suppose so. If you really wanted to. So far... Oh yeah, I guess you would have to have exactly Super Poly. I was thinking, like, is there a Super Poly effect in here? No, you just have to draw the 2 of. I guess you are playing a fusion deck, though, so Super Poly it is. Just throw 2 of those in there. It gives this something to do. DNA surgery would go good. It wouldn't, because none of the other cards make use of it. I guess it would make all your stuff dinosaurs. but you're not really fusion summoning from the field all that often. Okay, here's the last one. GMX partner Salende. GMX partner Salandia. Is that the same name and I'm just bad at? No, it's Salande, and this is Salendea. They added an A to the end of it. It's also a warrior, so it can't summon itself because it's any other non-warrior GMX. Okay, so you can't get that out of the deck. It's a level 5, so you can't normal summon it. You can reveal this in your hand, special summon a GMX monster or a dinosaur monster from your hand. Also, you can only attack directly with GMX monsters for the rest of this turn. If this card is special summoned by a monster effect, you can special summon one level 4 or lower GMX or dinosaur from your hand, graveyard, or banishment in defense position. You can only use this once per turn. Huh. You know, I was thinking like, oh, this is a level 5, it's not summonable, this is something you want in the deck, but honestly, this is probably the best of the main deck monsters. At least the best one that's not like a UR. Because it doesn't say you can't summon itself. It doesn't have like a level restriction. So this thing can just reveal itself, summon itself, and then as soon as it does, it gets a GMX from the hand, graveyard, or banishment. And a lot of these say like if they're summoned by a GMX, like if you summon this guy, then you can get 2 cards in your graveyard, put them on top of your deck, you're set up. It doesn't trigger... No, if this is summoned by a monster effect, you can add a GMX spell trap. If this is summoned by a monster effect, you can add a monster. This just kind of does everything. Even this lets you put some cards on the top or bottom of the deck, like it's removal with this. So yeah, I'm going to say that, I mean, the only flaw with this, right, is that it doesn't have an effect if you use it as fusion material. Like if it's used as fusion material, or if it's excavated or revealed or whatever, it just it's just used as material, it just goes to the graveyard. And I'm really not sure. I feel like you want to set up the deck so that you can get the stuff you need. Like you... Okay, let me see if I can phrase this better. In most decks, what you want to do in terms of ratios is prepare your deck in such a way that you have the most optimal chance of drawing the best cards. That means if it's a card you want to see first turn, you play it at 3 copies because you want to be absolutely certain that you see it. The problem with this deck is that you also have several effects where you're going to be excavating from the top of your deck, and when you do, you don't want to see this. And the more copies of this you have in the deck, the more likely you are to see it. So I'm not sure if being able to have a free extender in your hand that triggers all your card effects and can even be recovery is worth the cost of then if you use the fusion spell, you hit this and you don't get any bonus effects unlike everything else. How are you? I'm all right. Very tricky indeed. But it at least has a pretty decent core. The problem, of course, is like in any other Let's Learn, what I would do now that we've read everything is figure out what kind of hand traps and stuff to do. And with a deck core this size, usually you could fill out the rest of everything else with non-engine and be fine. But you really don't want a ton of non-engine in this deck because you run a chance of like burning yourself to death if you activate the experiment and then just like excavate a whole bunch of non-dinosaurs. So I think what I need to do, what I'm going to do off camera so that you don't have to suffer through it, is I'm going to read not every dinosaur, but I'm going to read a whole bunch of dinosaurs, including all of the dinosaur fusion monsters to see if there's any other targets that we might be able to make. And then I will return to see if we've discovered any spicy tech cards. Okay. Okay. So real quick, this is a GMX and a dinosaur. This lets you hand field. You can use one GMX in your deck as material. Okay. Transcendosaurus Gigatowser. We need a normal monster for this. I do not think we want to do a normal monster. I want to replay. This is not how that deck works. This is a gladiator beast. Or this is not how that show works. This takes Dino Wrestlers. This takes Dinomorphias. This takes Dinomorphias. Ornsaurus. This takes specifically Kaitotera. Have I been overtly a gay furry in Hardleg's? Not that I know of. But I'm bad at paying attention. This card can attack directly the turn it's summoned. If this is fusion summoned, place a field spell from your deck or graveyard into the zone. During the main phase, you can immediately normal summon. If your opponent controls 2 or more face-up monsters, except wind monsters, those monsters cannot target this card for attacks. During your main phase, add Polymerization from your deck to your hand. If this card is banished, you can special summon it, then add Polymerization. I don't think it's worth it to play this. We already have 4 ways to fusion summon. It has flying, kinda. Okay. Destroy 1 card you control, and if you do, send a dinosaur from your deck to the graveyard. Then you can special summon 1 Jirak from your hand and or deck, except Jirak Stego, whose total levels equal the sent monster's level, ignoring their summoning conditions, and for the rest of the turn, you cannot special summon except dinosaur monsters. So we can use this, destroy itself, send Misk, summon a Jirak who is level 4 or 2. Oh, yeah, I guess Dinosaur Link Monsters. And Sendosaurus Extaraptor. Yeah, Yoso, I'm not... This is a Let's Learn. You've been here a while, right? Like, you've seen this show before? The point is that I'm trying to learn it on my own. By reading stuff. I'll let you know if I want assistance or if I need help. If I have a question, you can respond to it. But like the whole point is that like I'm trying to show people they can build these decks without a whole bunch of help. So having a whole chat that's there like giving me advice, it's like, well then, Like, oh, I built it really easily, and all I needed was a bunch of people who have already played the deck telling me how to do it. Like, well, anyone can do that. Okay, 2+ dinosaur monsters, including a level 6 or higher. That's a lot. If this card is special summoned, you could summon a dinosaur from your hand. The face-up dinosaur this card points to. But the way this is set up, you would have to make, like, something else above it. If this card is destroyed, you could shuffle a normal monster, then special summon it. Ah, okay. So theoretically, if I had both of the Solendes, I could like this. No, because these aren't dinosaurs. How do I get a level 6 or higher dinosaur? And this is a level 5 anyway. Yeah, never mind. These take Dino Wrestlers. And you're just a meme. You'd have to use dinosaur support, I guess. Yeah. Pankratops. Yeah, I'm trying to think if this is worth it. Let me look at just the new Jirac stuff, because I did never read that. Because this seems like it might be worth it, right? Because it just, you normal summon this. Granted, you almost always want to normal summon this. But you like normal summon this, you destroy it, you send Misk to the graveyard, and then you could special summon any level 4 Jirac. Not summon for the rest of the turn, so I could do earlier stuff and then go into this. A lot of these are older cards. Get this and just bring it back. There's the other new card. Megalo. If you control a dinosaur, you could special summon this from your hand. During the main phase, you could discard 2 cards, including a Jirac, then draw 2 cards. If this card is destroyed by battle or card effect, you could send a Jirac from your deck or extra deck to the graveyard, except for Megalo. Okay. Destroy one, destroy itself. Send Misk. Misk banish itself. Oh wait, destroy that, send Misk. Summon Jirac monsters from your hand or deck whose total levels equal the sent monsters. So I could send, like... I could summon the fucking 3 of these and a Aleo. Hey, Leo! Then tribute this. Summon back the Stego. 4, 5, 6, 7. No, that's not enough to actually make this. Will we be popping any babies? Only time will tell. These were the only new cards, right? Everything else is like old and bad and terrible and bad. Yeah, I know this guy's gimmick is like, during the opponent's turn, you can banish 2 Jiracs from the graveyard, including this turn, special summon Jirac Meteor. You blow up everything. Blow it all up. Really good in Fire King, ironically. Yeah, so we can get a whole bunch. I don't think this is worth it, though, yeah. Because it's like, we can get a whole bunch of monsters on board, but there's nothing we can really make with them. Okay. Put little D in there. I got 23 of them. What do you mean I only got 23? Um, only 8? That's not enough. I can only do 3 to turn? Damn. Okay. Well, never mind. Only prone controls you can special summon. That's Dino Wrestler. Order obtained. You know, we don't want a flowering dino. Bear. Bear strong all day long. When I control another dinosaur, your opponent's monsters cannot target this one for attacks. Terrible. Terrible, no good, very bad. Look at this guy, he's so excited. Roll 2 dinosaurs, you can special summon this. You contribute 1 level 4 or lower, special summon a dinosaur from your deck that is... Okay. One other dinosaur, summon this from your hand. Control no monsters, or all monsters are dinosaurs. Special summon this. Add a doodle book. I think I'm good. Negate the effects of monsters in the extra monster zone. If link summons were in vogue, then this might be worth something. It was a scrap raptor. I could play Pancratops. That's your dinosaur. The problem is none of these gain effects when they're like used as fusion material, right? I was about to be like, oh, I should just limit my search to use all URs and SRs, but I'm already almost at the bottom. There's really not that many. Is it worth playing Overraptor? Take a dinosaur, add it to your hand, or send it to the graveyard. So you can Overraptor, get Misk from the grave. But Misk from the grave only gets this. This gets me Celine. And... yeah, I guess we don't have a... I mean, we do already have a normal summon. That's the problem. Like, in a modern deck, you really don't want to play 6 normal summons. During your opponent's turn, you can destroy 2 other dinosaurs in your hand or field, and if you do, summon this card. This card is summoned, send a dinosaur from your deck to your graveyard. If this card is destroyed, shuffle a normal monster. Yeah, that doesn't seem very good. Doodle Beast Tyranno. Tribute it by tribute summoning 1 dinosaur. The dinosaur is on the field. Quick effect, you can tribute summon this card from your hand. This card is normal summon. You can destroy 1 monster on the field. Then if it was tribute summoned by tribute summoning a Doodle Beast. Yeah, this don't do anything. Xeno Meteorus. Card is destroyed by if a card is destroyed, you could special summon this from your hand. During the main phase, you can destroy 1 dinosaur in your hand or field, and special summon a dinosaur normal. This is a free summon. Archosaur. Card is normal or special summon. You can destroy 1 dinosaur on your hand or field, except for itself. Add 1. Yeah, that's the problem, is you need more. Or you can get an evolution pill. And I mean... we could find a way to get Ultimate Conductor. What was the other... there's that card, someone mentioned it earlier, Fossil Dig. Overtex. Level 6 or lower. Ground Xeno. Add a dinosaur, tuner, or dragon normal from your deck to your hand, then destroy a card in your hand. Banish this card from your graveyard. Fusion summon a dragon fusion using monsters from your hand or field. A dragon tuner? Or dinosaur tuner? We don't have any of those. Okay, real quick. We do want... you know, we're going to play limited, but we are still going to maxi roll. We're going to Ash, because we need to stop their own maxis and stuff. We gotta play a Cold Buy. Gotta play a Cross Out. The Master Duel Tax. Yeah, I guess we do. This is banishing 2 dinosaur monsters from the graveyard. Problem is, we won't have a lot of dinosaurs in the graveyard. Okay, and then 1 hand trap. I guess... we just do an in-perm. Okay. And then I think... we probably want 2 of her. Probably want 2 aloe. We probably want Garura, Madragon, more like mid-dragon, am I right? We probably want Starving. We probably want Cross Sheep. Sure. They see us. For everyone to check if you're using Wi-Fi or data to watch the stream for no reason in particular. I don't have that, but... Draco stat. Drago stat. Sure. I:(P. S:(P. We need something we can... Is there a link 1 that we can link off we could just discard miscellaneous. We're never going to summon it. Are these dark, light, dark, water? Promethean, just to bring back... This doesn't... How many fires do we have? It's just this guy, right? And this guy? I guess. Okay, let me get this. Where's it at? Okay. The spell card oil. For the ripe oil. Wait, in order to make this, we would need 5 dinosaurs. Oh, that's a problem, isn't it? We really don't have that many dinosaurs. Yeah, Princess locks you into fire. What am I thinking? A fancy ball. We need more dinosaurs. There's a special summoned. The other new hero fusion seems unlikely. Well, no, I should look for stuff that says graveyard. Is there any one of these that gets something when it goes to the graveyard? Anything that would be like, we use this as fusion material and then we can do some other stuff. I guess this comes back at the end phase. Ah, I can get Jurassic World, my favorite. I need a controller for hire. That vanishes from the graveyard. This has to be destroyed. This card's in the graveyard because it was sent there to activate this effect. Okay. Your opponent special summons a monster while this card is in your graveyard. You could target one level 4 Dino Wrestler, special summon it, add this to your hand. I would need to play more Dino Wrestlers for that. Banishes from your graveyard. Special summon from your hand or deck a level 7 or lower dragon normal monster. Okay, I don't have one of those. That has to be destroyed. One activates a spell trap. If this is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, add an evolution pill. I see. But do we play shuffling 5 banished dinosaurs? Like, in hand, it's like a brick. Don't forget about Kyopera. I didn't forget about it. I saw it, said it was dumb, and decided not to play it. All it does is search polymerization. If it's banished, you can summon it and search polymerization. I don't know. Well, you have like a million ways to fuse already. You won't summon it. My worry is not summoning it. My worry is if I play it at 3 and I open it in my opening hand, it is a dead card that does nothing. And if I put one of it in the deck, then the chances we will dig through the deck and find it before we find an Oviraptor or a Miscellaneousaurus is very low. So I either need to play it through... Well, I guess if I use it for a fusion summon other ways... The problem is the only way to fusion summon on my turn... I guess I could use this. Oh, fuck it. We're going to try it. And I will take out the Fossil Dig. Because that's a UR anyway. And 3 of that. We're going to get 1 of this. We're going to get 1 pill. Where's the new Super Poly target? I don't own it yet. It's not super important. Am I missing it? There it is. Okay. And what's this effect? During your main phase, you can destroy 1 other card. Banish a dinosaur and a non-dinosaur. Okay. Alright, so after spending a long time looking and even getting a couple... Okay. Alright, so after spending a lot of time looking at dinosaurs and even getting some suggestions from chat, it's not looking great. There's not a whole lot of synergy with other dinosaur stuff, and without playing the deck, I'm still not sure how many dinosaurs we want. I mean, I know we're playing 3 Misk, and I went ahead and put 2 Soul-Eating Oviraptor in here. I think you don't want to play more than 6 normal summons, and between these 3 plus the reinforcements of the army, you know, the 2 seems fine. And I was going to go with that and just put in more hand traps or maybe like some searchers and stuff. But I realized that we might have to dig way too far through our deck in order to fusion summon. And so the only thing I could really come up with, the only card that really has like a graveyard effect is Overtex Coatlis. If you're unfamiliar with this, if it is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, you can add an evolution pill spell from your deck to your hand. So in theory, right, if we have 3 of this in the deck, we do the applied experiment, we mill until we, or not mill, but we excavate until we get a GMX in this, then we fusion summon, this goes to the graveyard, we get the double evolution pill, and then we'll have like a non-dinosaur and a dinosaur in the graveyard. So we can evolution pill, summon the ultimate conductor Tyranno from the deck, and then that gives us another disruption where we can quick effect, destroy a monster in our hand or field, change everything face down. This also gives us more of a win condition. It's still really gambly, and who knows, maybe we want to take like another Overraptor out of here. I think you want to keep as many miscellaneous Sauruses as possible. But this is what I thought would work, and that's like the minimum amount of dinosaurs I'm willing to run for now. And then everything else is just like the Master Duel tax. You gotta play 3 Ash Blossom because we're a special summon deck. We lose to Max C and some of the Charmies. You gotta play Max C, it wins the game on its own. You gotta play Droll, it wins the game on its own. And you need Called By and Crossout to stop all of these things. And then I put the 3 Infinite Impermanence. We're at a slightly bigger 42 card deck. Considering how this deck functions, you might be able to play it at 50 or even 60 cards. Make it a real gambly deck, I don't know. The only way to find out is to test. So we're going to go ahead and do that. We're going to leave behind Master Duel, which doesn't allow you to play with cards unless you purchase them, and I'm not made of money, I don't have that. Instead, we're going to go to MD Pro 3, which allows you to just test with whatever you want. So let's go ahead. And then we're going to... Okay. 2, 14, end of tech card, segment, you might wind up wanting those 2 fossil decks. Maybe. This is my first attempt at building the deck, so it probably won't be the best version. Strangely enough, I seem to be better at building commander decks. But maybe that's because there's so much gosh darn variance in that game that, like, getting something to work is not, like, it. You know, there's a lesser degree for getting it to work. In this, it's like expected that like you do a 1-card combo. Okay, let me build this real quick. So we ended up going with 3 of this. We're keeping the 1 in each of the 3 of this guy. 3 of this. 2 of him. 2 of her. 3 of the field spell. There we go. Then we're going to play Misk. Then we're going to play Ovirap. I'm going to play Super Poly. Play Imperm. This deck is not legal in Genesis. Not the way I'm playing it. Max C. Droll. Ash Blossom. Reinforcement of the army. Ultimate. Cond. Ultimate Conductor. Evolution Pill. Called By. And Crossout. Testing Rainbow Bridge. Oh, did I put that wrong? Okay. Then we need Mudragon. We need Garou. Garou. We need our boy Theseus. That. Drago Staff. I:"P. Oh. S:"P. W:"P. Cross:"Sheep. Okay. Good thing I wrote this down because I completely forgot where I was. So let's go ahead. Okay. So let's go ahead over to MD Pro and test this out. I'm going to sit down, play some test hands, try against the AI, and see if I can cook up a one-card combo to show you what this deck can do. Okay. Fuck, what was it again? So let's go ahead over to MD Pro and see what we can cook up here. You know, I can sit in the test hand feature, play against the AI, and try to come up with a 1 or 2 card combo to show you what this deck can build going first. It does seem like a go first deck where you want to put some kind of disruptions on there, and I think I can see something kind of consistent, although it's really going to depend on what we mill, I suppose. But I'll sit down, figure it out, and then I'll show you. Okay. The testing begins. Who among you will have what it takes to be the testorino? $220. I believe you. You can pull it off. Okay, so I think what we want to start with is just this guy. Make me small again. We get to see the behind the scenes. Ooh, excited. Huh. Usually the test hand doesn't take this long to load. Let's restart it real quick. You know, it's a small indie team. I really mean it. Completely free. As long as you're willing to go to a shady Discord and download something that's not in English. There we go. Loading the RNG. Okay, so I normal summon this. Then I can summon a non-warrior GMX. And I think I want this guy, right? Yeah, we want to summon Deneen. Deneen effect. And we can add anything we want, eh? This card is in your hand. I can get the experiment. This can summon itself and bring something back, but I assume all of these are once per turn. Yeah, each effect once per turn. Yeah, so I think we just get Kim Ridge. We get Kim, Then we can fusion summon. And we can make anything we want with the stuff in our hand. Each time your opponent, during your opponent's turn specifically. So this does nothing. Add one GMX card from our deck to our hand. Okay, so we really have no way to protect ourselves. I think we go for Evolved Deneen. Oh, it needs to take... I would need to have another dinosaur in hand. That's why we can build everything. For some reason, I thought it was Deneen and a monster. Or a Deneen and a GMX. But that's not how it goes. I mean, it is nice if, you know, I guess if we played a, if we did play the card that let us search stuff. Special summon it, bring back Deneen, but that don't really do anything. Yeah, and that just lends us even... No, because even this combo doesn't get us what we really want. Because we can't activate the double evolution pill. Wait, we can? Oh, hand or graveyard, but not field. Shuffle this into the deck, negate one card. Okay. But after I do this... Okay. Well, real quick, let's just restart. Because I already went off course of the one-card combo. This deck is so old. This deck is so old. We want to assume we only have this. Nothing else. So we got Deneen. Deneen on summon gets us the Professor. Then we're gonna fusion summon. And I think if that's the case, we want to go for her just to... This will make sure that we have something. Some kind of disruption. So we use you two. Oh, no summon animation. Hello. Sure, give everyone attack. Is it just forever? And then let's go gambling. 2,000. Fusion summon? Yes. Go for Aloe. Using this and... Neither of these do anything if they go to the graveyard. Hello there, love. Target a GMX monster or a dinosaur in your graveyard to banish. Special summon them. So, depending on what we get... Oh, we can bring back this. Okay, now I'm starting to get it. We did this reversed. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. Surrender again. And just to make this more accurate, this is the kind of Balatro-ass hand we would probably get. There we go. 2 pair emote. Okay. So let's assume this is what your hand looks like, right? 2 hand traps and a 1-card sharder. So we go this for this. When this is summoned, we get... Do we want Kim? Yeah, I think we want Kim still. Grab the level 5, me lord. Gonna make Alos. Sure. Although we should probably save that for later. Why is Hojo here? To learn. Then this is summoned. This allows us to get the field spell. The field spell gets us the trap. So we have a negate, most likely. Oh, I gotta return a card to deck. You. Oh, I gotta put it on top. Gotcha. Gotcha, bitch. Okay. Then we're going to cross our sheep, hope to die. Activate this. Get that. Activate this. Uh-oh. I'm gonna take a lot of damage. 24. Then we get Veloso. The question is, chat, do I show off, like, the best possible opportunity? Like, do I stack the Coatlas to be like, and then if you're lucky, you get the Coatlas? Does summoning either of these, none of these back do anything though, right? They both do stuff. But I mean, like, they both do stuff that I've already triggered is the question. Oh, this can't be used. Spa! All right, so this we get from one card. Book of Moon everything. Banish something until the end of the turn. Pop a card and summon a guy. negate a card, and don't summon a guy. I think this is the burn deck, though, so I'm probably going to get Lava Golemed. Yep. Twice. Superconductor Tyranno, my beloved. Fortunately, this is once per turn. Now show the recovery. I play a monster face down. Aha! Now I won't take any burn damage. Smart chat. Very smartly. Do I have any other generic links? IP? That don't help me. Fencing Fire Ferret. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. It don't get fairer than fair enough. You don't get fairer than fair enough. It don't get fairer than that. Oh, drat everybody now. Fair enough. You can't get fairer than fair enough. It don't get fairer than fair enough. I can finally activate. Do 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 do. This card is destroyed and sent to the graveyard. Son of a bitch. I think I go with this. I want to send any of these to the graveyard. You, I don't want to summon you. It has to be activated on the field. This is so unfair. Yep, we gotta do it. Oh, fuck. This deck not looking very good, chat. Wait, hold. Excavate until you find one, shuffle the rest, okay. Reveal. Summon. Effect. Summon. Effect. Get me... Get me this. Activate the effect. Grab it back. Let's go gambling. Doodle-doodle, doodle-doodle, doodle-doodle. Easy peasy. Allo? Allo? Zum cer Picasso un sal not beep. Cannot attack. Okay, so I've got one dinosaur. I've got two dinosaurs. I've got three dinosaurs. I've got four dinosaurs. Dinosaurs. One, two, three, four. Oh. She come back. That's pretty neat, I would say. Excavate until you find a GMX card. Yeah, that won't really help. Okay. A fusion summon the big guy. Using 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Big dinosaur. I am unaffected by all things. And tall. Blasphemous. Okay. It's over! Okay, we got there. Okay. So let's, just to show, we're going to assume, assuming the best possible worlds, but there's not really anything that wants to be in the graveyard. I guess it'd be those two. Is the self-burn a detriment for Dino Mist players? I guess. Okay, so after many attempts and messing around and messing up quite a bit, I've come up with a one-turn combo that, okay. Alright, after, oh, let me get the document open here. Oh wait, no, I do it at the end. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so after messing around for quite a bit and messing up quite a bit, this card, okay. Alright, so after messing around and messing up quite a bit, we've discovered that this deck does indeed have a one-card combo, which can end you on at least 2 disruptions, maybe more. And obviously, if you have more cards in hand, you can do more stuff. There's actually quite a bit of variance in this, but I'm going to show you what you can do with just the GMX Researcher. So assuming you have this and then like a whole bunch of nonsense, and you know what, we're just going to right off the bat, just be like, just in case you have Ash Blossom, that's not what I meant to search for. Let's just assume like, hey, if you have Ash Blossom, you're preemptively not allowed to use it. And that way it won't ask me a whole bunch if I'm going to be using it. We'll go ahead and normal summon this guy. Okay, actually, let me take that from the top. That way we don't open and close the sidebar. It keeps putting me up against burn. Alright, so after messing around quite a bit and messing up quite a bit, we have come to a 1-card combo that gets you at least 2 disruptions. Maybe more. I've set it up so that we will get a 3rd disruption, but it's not guaranteed. Granted, this is the kind of deck where, depending on what else you have, if you have more extenders, you could get a little more crazy with it. I'm actually kind of curious to experiment with it, but for now, we're just going to start with this and assume that the rest of our hand is like all hand traps and stuff. And just so it doesn't ask me a whole bunch of times, we're going to preemptively cross out Designator. We're just going to hit Ash and go ahead and be like, if you have it, you ain't about to use it. Just assume that your opponent had that. And then we're going to normal summon the GMX Researcher. And since it's got the dinosaur in its name, we're just going to go ahead and summon the dinosaur. And I don't know, maybe you might want to play 2 of these after all, because there's really not any other good targets that we're playing in this deck. When this is summoned by a GMX, you can get any card. And while some of these have potential, I think the one we want to go for is Kimridge. Granted, this does also put some possibilities on here. Next, what we want to do is activate this effect to fusion summon, and we're going to make Alos, using the 2 cards we have on the field. So we send both of these off, we summon Alos, and we're not going to use this effect right now. Instead, we're going to use the Alos effect, and we're going to bring back the Researcher, because it has a second effect that it gets when it's summoned by a monster effect. So we're going to use this, and then this effect will get us the field spell. Hey, how's it going? And then what we're going to do is make Cross Sheep. We're going to cross our sheep, hope to die. And then we're going to go ahead, I think what we want to do first is activate the GMX lab. We're going to activate this and get the trap on board. So this is 1 disruption. And then we have to stack something on top of our deck. I'll go ahead and be like, oh, they not have any other hand traps. We'll put Called By. But this is one of those cases where, like, if you had any GMX or like a specific card in your hand that you wanted to fusion summon with, what you would do is activate Kimridge first, shuffle this in, get that, then activate the field spell, put whatever from your hand on top of the deck, and then you could guarantee at least part of what we're about to do. As it stands, we're gonna go crazy with it. We're gonna go gambling. Now, no matter what, you will be able to fusion summon, and you probably will be able to make this. I don't think there's a scenario where you're not making this, because you have to go until you hit a GMX and a dinosaur. However, because we hit the Overtext Coatlis, we'll be able to extend a little bit further. You do have 3 of it in your deck. Like I said, you can stack it if you happen to get it in your hand. But we'll make this. And then we're going to Overtext Coatlis Chainlink 1. Cross Sheep Chainlink 2. Cross Sheep will revive something since we summon to this link point. We can't get the whatchamacallit. We can't get the fusion back. And I guess there's probably like a GMX that does something on summon. Maybe we could stack our deck again and ensure this hits if we happen to hit a Kim. It really depends on what you hit. As it stands, we're just summoning anything. I bring back this because we'll be able to give our monsters an attack boost. And then what we're going to do is go ahead and double Evolution Pill. We're going to banish the Coatlis, banish the Suppression Squad, and summon the Ultimate Conductor. This will get us be able to flip everything that face down. Now, granted, the more I've been thinking about this, it is entirely possible, since you can summon Coatlis off of this, maybe you just tuck this out, make it 1 less card, or instead of using this as a disruption, you use it as a finisher, and you summon this instead, because this lets you destroy a dinosaur to negate any spell trap. So if you're worried about spell trap negation, you could go for that. And then we're going to use our 2 cards, and we're just going to make I guess we can make Fancy Ball. I'm just going to go ahead and make SP. We don't get the Banish right now, but it is a disruption during the opponent's turn. And because this goes to the graveyard, all our dinosaurs get an attack boost. So what we have is a monster pop, a monster on the field negate, a Book of Moon that flips everything face down, and a card that allows us to banish something until the end of the turn. Plus, we still have 2 extra cards in hand, and there's a chance that we could go a little bit further than this. But I think off of 1 card, this is not too bad, as long as you ignore the fact that if you get hit by Ash and you didn't have like a called by exactly or whatever, this entire combo would be stopped. And there's not a whole lot of ways to play around this. But, you know, it's not... I still think it's... I was going to say it's not as bad as people think, but I don't know, this really isn't a whole lot, and this does kind of assume we hit perfect conditions. You know, if we didn't hit that, it would be SP plus a monster pop pass plus maybe an effect negate. You know, there's an entirely possible chance that you don't hit a GMX off the top of this, in which case you're a little doom screwed, and good luck doing any of this going second. But I guess we'll save that for the end screen. Okay. Where's my notes? Where are you, notes? Okay. And now I can't see the timer because OBS is acting weird. Oh, pardon me. 250. Oh, thank you. This is end of 1 card combo. You can mention the missing generic dino link. I'm unfamiliar about it. So, yeah. Overall, it's like so many other modern decks, right? If you took this on the ladder and you tried to play it in Diamond or Master, you would have a really tough time. And unfortunately, while there's not a whole lot of locks on this deck, there's also not a whole lot of synergies. Despite the fact that there's tons of other dinosaurs, most of them don't really seem to work all that well with this. A lot of the old school dinosaurs want to be destroyed. A lot of the Transcendosaurus stuff wants normal monsters. Dinomorphia are their own thing. Jirac is more of a synchro deck, and their main play is wiping your own board, which you don't really want to do with this. Ironically, the Jiracs have more in common with the old school dinosaurs. This is just a bit too different from everything else. Maybe if they had more ways to stack the deck, maybe if they had a more powerful extra deck monster that gave them like a negate plus the ability to stack, it would be better. Or maybe if more of these cards did something when they were used as material. I mean, unfortunately, that's kind of the bar, right? If you're looking at something like Cool Tune, if this was like Cool Tune, then all of these monsters would have an on-summon effect and an effect when they're sent to the graveyard. The fact that they don't have either, that they have to be summoned by a monster and when they're used as material, they don't do anything, it's really not a whole lot. And that's on top of the fact that it doesn't have any zero-turn plays. You know, even if you want to rewind the clock back a little bit more and look at something like Draco Tail, which had kind of the same thing, there's no turn 0 play starters. This is a deck that, like, if you would release this 4 years ago, I think it could have been really interesting, really fun, a let's go gambling style deck. In the modern day, more of a Genesis thing, it feels like. Although even that's going to be a little weird because a lot of your cards like Miscellaneousaurus, if we go ahead and move over to the Genesis points, this is not something you're going to be able to play. The Super Polys, you're not going to be able to play. Well, you could probably play the Super Polys. I mean, to be fair, a lot of these are generic hand traps, but cutting that out really limits a lot of your power. because any of the one card starters we had that weren't exactly the researcher, they were getting to Misk and using Misk to do some things. Still, I think there's something here, and if we get more dinosaurs that do something in the graveyard, or do something when sent to the graveyard by card effects, this could become significantly better. I think it has some potential, but just not at the moment. Of course, you know, if your goal is just to play Yu-Gi-Oh! With friends, if your goal is to play in gold, this can absolutely get through gold. This has enough power. You know, I've been playing the Pumpkin stuff. I think this is probably on par with that. It's, I would almost say, like, a little bit stronger, but more like it has the potential to be stronger, depending on what you mill and what you get. You know, that's the gambling decks. High ceiling, potential for low ceiling. Either way, I'm glad that I learned it, so I at least know what to do if I face it, what to do if we see it again, and if the patrons happen to pick it for a ladder climb, I know we're probably going to be taking it into Jankmas and we can play it there. So potentially look forward to that, and you know, if you'd like to join the patrons and decide what I play on ladder climb, consider joining. There's a link down in the description, patreon.com/hardleggaming. Otherwise, thank you for watching, thank you for liking the video, subscribing, thank you to chat for being here, and until next time, good luck, and have fun. Alright, and scene. Now I can go back to being unhappy and miserable! Ah! Life is pain! Buddha had it right. 255. End of final thoughts. I didn't get to type for YouTube. There will always be chances. You know, I've already got someone else requested a Let's Learn. And I was like, yeah, I could do that. I was like, I can actually do that on Friday. And then the more I thought about it, I was like, well, this is out now. I'm sure people are curious. I'm sure this will be something that might be used for the ladder climb next time. So we want to go ahead and check it out now. And then not next Friday, we'll be doing Masochist. And the Friday after that, we'll be doing the Let's Learn. I'm glad you liked it. They're pretty neat. I like decks that have like a theme, like a gimmick, even if it's not fully realized. Now that YouTube's gone, we can talk shit. It's a cool concept with a neat gimmick. Exactly. Alright, and with that, chat, it is time we move over. If you're just here for the fun Yu-Gi-Oh! Times, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Times are over. The fun might continue, but we're going to be playing a different game, another patron-requested game I've been working my way through, making my way downtown, Faces Past, Homebound, all that stuff. I had talked earlier or yesterday about doing karaoke, perhaps. Did I get a request? If I got a request, I'll do it, but I had talked, I was like, oh, I'll do a whole session of karaoke, but I really want to rest my mouth because, as I said, I've had this, like, jaw popping for, like, 2 days now. It's like every time I open my mouth. More than just like a little bit. Like I can stop it if I keep my jaw mostly closed. Not to mention your job relies on your voice. Yeah. Well, I'm not going to have to record tomorrow or anything. Also, fucking Obs, why are you like this? Obs is being weird again. And I'm moving around. One second, let me try Control-Alt-Delete. Maybe if I shut down Firefox, OBS will behave. Move over. It's not letting me... That's the thing. It goes... It, like, grays out, and then I can't interact with stuff. There we go. Okay. Did you compliment the orbs? I did not. Yeah, so we're going to be a little blasphemous. Just a few blasphemous acts. We can't see. Okay, yeah, I was trying to get over to it, but it wouldn't let me switch the scenes. So give me a moment. I'm going to stretch. I'm also going to grab dinner real quick. I've got some pizza. I'm just going to dump it into the air fryer. It's left over from yesterday. It should only take a minute. I'm going to run a minute of ads while I'm changing the scene and getting everything. We'll be right back. We'll be having fun, playing games, doing stuff. And obviously, you know, if there's anything you want to talk about, anything on your mind, we can have a nice chat. A big chat from time to time. Let's go ahead. Blasphemous, so blasphemous. I want to do it again. Here. I'll be back. Enjoy the shoobity bop. I have returned. As long as I'm here, I haven't learned. Okay. Good morning. It's the first time I catch you. Well, welcome. I'm like 2 hours into this game. I've beaten 7% of it. The first time I catch you online. Ah, I see. That's apparently good morning to you. It is 9 o'clock at night for me. Yep, unfortunately you missed the Yu-Gi-Oh part. Okay, so we've been exploring the world. We've been getting some stuff, some things perhaps. We've got two places we could go. I guess 3 places. We could go through the bottom of the grills. We could go through the City of Thorns. Or the Crown of Towers. We could also go back, but I don't think we want to go back yet. Keep going in the aqueduct area, yeah. I think that's where we're going to go because it was the closest to where we were. If you want to know what's going on, there's a giant heart floating over the city that's going to birth an abomination, and I need to kill it. Somehow. Open your door. Oh. Got it. A mark of martyrdom. Cool. That's a money. You ever wanted a money, chat? I've also got a big, huge ball and chain. I could swap it out. Oops. For a sword. I don't like the sword. I like the big ball and chain. I thought there was going to be a lot more there, but apparently not. I forget if there's more I can do here. Ah! Lightning! Real lightning! Oh, fuck. There we go. Move up. Ah, okay. Gotcha. Ooh. Or not. Yeah, I need this sword because it opens the big scary wooden things. Ball and chain goes bonk. Okay, I don't know why that didn't work. That's what I was trying to do. There we go. I break. The only reason I change away from ball and chain. There we go. Elevator? Oh hey, elevator action. We always, before we climb up, we climb to the... I see. I'm curious if I would die. I don't want to find out yet. Ow. Rude. Ah, double rude. There we go. Got it. Open more door. This is just like Lord of the Rings. I open more door. Okay, give me 1 second. My pizza should be done. I'm hoping. If it ain't done, someone's getting fired, boss. I see your pizza. Do you? Do you see it? Behold, the power, the prestige, the thickness. Now you truly see my special pizza. It's very hot at the moment. I like it hot, but it needs to be slightly less hot. How different is the second one from the first? If the difference is how Hollow Knight and Silk Song are different, maybe I'll just get the second one instead of the first. I'd say it's more different than Hollow Knight from Silk Song. It feels almost like a completely unrelated and different game. If the stories are related, I'm unsure how. Unfortunate. Which do you prefer at the moment? I was talking about this last time. I was like, I think I like the first one better, but that's because I finished the first one, and by the end, I grew to like it. This one I'm only 2% done with. So far, I don't like it, but it's entirely possible that I don't like it simply because it's new and I still haven't learned everything about it. I rip you apart. I rip you apart. You have any favorite AAA games? COD, Fortnite, any of those? Not necessarily shooters, but stuff in that realm. Nope. I'm trying to think. The last time I played AAA games was when I had an Xbox 360. And I remember I bought an Xbox 360 because there were two games I wanted in particular. I wanted the orange box, which had Portal and Team Fortress 2 and Half-Life 2. And I wanted Halo 3. I wanted Halo 3 really badly because it looked so cool. And up until then, that was like the big AAA game, you know? If you're younger and you're like, before COD, it was Halo. Halo was the thing that you played with all your friends all the time and everyone just vegged it for hours and hours and hours. And I got the orange box mostly because I wanted Portal. And the other two, I was like, whatever. And the big realization I had was like, I played online Halo 3 for like 200 hours. And afterwards, I think the memories of like notable things I did could be counted on like one hand. Like I remember coming away from it and just being like, yeah, like I had generic fun, but I couldn't like point out a moment. It was just kind of like being there. It was more like I was with friends or I was doing something. And then I tried TF2, just sort of like knowing very little about it. And I remember after like a month of playing it, I had all these like very distinctive memories of like, oh yeah, like there was a one time I was a engineer and like a heavy was hanging out with me and we were defending the briefcase and we just had this big chat as like spy after spy and we were making this joke about how like if I put the dispenser behind him, he's a level 4 turret because he just keeps getting more health and more ammunition. And so it's like I would sandwich them between the two of us. And then like another time, like I was on attacking and I was like, I'm going to be the battle engineer. And instead of like finding a spot, I would go up in like a corner and just build a level 1 turret. And then people would start taking damage from it. And while they were doing that, I would run around shotgunning them. And then they'd find it and I would build it in a different place. And I kept moving it so that they never knew when to expect it. They kept getting hit in the back by it. And it just made me realize that, like, just because a game has good graphics, just because it's very well known, doesn't mean that it's, like, actually has the polish in it to make it good. And I really started to appreciate a lot more indies, and I just really have never looked back since then. I'm trying to think if I've even played any like AAA games, but like the closest is like I played Resident Evil 8. I liked that. That's like a AAA game, right? I can't get this like downward slash. Like RE is like a big name franchise from a big name company. Oh, now I gotta move it up. I see. Pokemon, I suppose, but I don't get the DLCs. Does Dota 2 count? Probably. Joe's gonna play Expedition 33. If a patron requests it, I will. Let me actually, real quick, while I'm eating pizza. Let's open up the old Steam. Because I haven't gotten a system since the Xbox 360. I've been all PC gaming. And we can just look. So like, at some point, a patron gifted me what was, at the time, a pack that had every single Assassin's Creed game in it. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, I don't know if Freedom City and Unity and Syndicate are like 5 and 6, but I think Syndicate's the newest one I have. So it was like several years ago. It was before Odyssey or whatever. I have never installed or played those games. I keep saying I would get around to it because the first couple seem to be like really important to people. But I've just never felt the need to it. I feel kind of bad because he was like, here, take this, and it was like the package was like $200. But he also did it without like asking me or anything. He was just like, here, have all the Assassin's Creed games. What's the minimum on the donations? It's a tier on the Patreon. It's $75 is the request a thing tier. And for that, you can either request like an episode of a show or you can request a game for me to stream. And a lot of that price is just like, if you're going to request me a game, it has to be like under 20. Basically, you're paying me $50 and then you're giving me $20 to buy the game. Baldur's Gate 3, I played that. Was that a AAA game? I like that. I watched CB Radio play Arkham Asylum. I didn't really get it. I haven't installed Arkham City. Blueprints is an indie game. Loved that. I've got Borderlands. I think I tried to play that again. Like, I played that back in the day and couldn't really get into it. Or rather, I had a lot of fun playing it with my one friend. Playing it without them hasn't been fun at all. Carry On I can uninstall, right? Yeah, I ain't coming back to that. I have hundreds of games. Oh, Dark Souls. I like the first Dark Souls. I haven't played the other ones, but I like the first one. That's FromSoft. They're a big name company. I have the original Dead Space. I haven't played that. I think I got that from like a Humble bundle at some point. I got Deus Ex Human Revolution out of a Humble bundle. I haven't played that. Yeah, I have a lot of useless games from like back in the day when I had like no money. And the Humble bundles, if you are unfamiliar with them, I'm not sure if they're still the same way, but you could give like $5 and get like 12 games. And oftentimes, like, there were some AAA games in there. They were like 10 years old, but they were in there. Fallout New Vegas, I like that. That was a pretty fun, like, AAA game. Pretty sure that was AAA. Isn't the original Deus Ex a classic? I could never get into it. Maybe I keep it's like every 10 years I try to get back into the original Deus Ex and like I just don't have the right mindset for it, I don't think. But I hear so many people talk so good about it. Hollow Knight was an indie, House of Da Vinci was an indie. Jackbox is indie, Inscription, Into the Breach, Islanders, Katana Zero, Laika, although I didn't really like Laika. Lisa was great. I don't know when, but I have Mass Effect. Mass Effect was another game that I got like 30 minutes into and it just bounced off of it. Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, I liked that. For all the like 4 hours it took to beat or whatever. Does Diablo count as AAA? Yeah. Opus Magnum, Outer Wilds, those aren't AAA. Owlboy, Papers, Please, I loved. Passepartout, Pictopix, Polybridge, Pony Island. Yeah, Resident Evil Village. That was a big one. Risk of Rain, that's an indie. Rock of Ages is indie. All the Room games are indie. Stardew Valley, yeah, like that was like popular as fuck. Like that got like 1 million, but I'm pretty sure that's still a solo dev. We're pretty close to it. Super Hot, I'm pretty sure was indie. Trombone Champ, I know was Undertale, VVV, The Walking Dead. XCOM, Enemy Unknown. I really like that. I don't think that was indie. So yeah, I've got like 5 indie games that like I've actually played and enjoyed. I love the original Mass Effect. I love the world building in Mass Effect. I couldn't get into the gameplay. Oh hey, boss?
I live.
Hello, Liv.
I live again inside this merciless and cold metallic casing. I live in this cage in the shape of what was long ago my body. I live, and I feel that I am directed by forces that undermine mine own will. I live, although when I close my eyes in the intimate darkness behind my eyelids, I am still dead.
Did you stream Outer Wilds? I did. Ah. Oh. Oh, ow. He hits like a truck. Oh geez. Oh geez. How do you like it? Ouch. I'm a dead man. Oh, that doesn't hurt you. Gotcha. Ah, I was so close. Okay, I think what I need to do increases fire resistance. Yeah, it's all on the, no, come back. Okay. At least he doesn't have to say that whole thing again. There we go. Oh, jeez. Ouch. Ouch. How do you like it? Good thing this has such good range. Oh, ow. Oh, can I still hit him? No, it doesn't appear to do any damage to him. Oh, it does hurt me. Ow! Oh. Damn it. Oh, that's only part one. Ah. He's just a little guy, chat. No. No, come on! Really? How am I supposed to dodge both of that? Did you think it would be that easy? Yeah, it's the first actual boss. Oh, fuck. Excuse me? Okay, that didn't hit as much. I had the timing all off. Okay. Are you fighting a baby? Maybe. There's a part in the music which could be taken from an old Bollywood movie, I see. Part of me thinks I can do it, and part of me is like, maybe I need a little bit more health. A couple more healers. But I need to go back in here to get my recovery. Oh, fuck. Just gonna start with that. Ow. Does this hit him? Oh, it does still hurt him. This guy does seem like he takes more damage. So maybe I should focus down this guy. Oh, oops. Yeah, I some of these it feels like, where was I supposed to dodge? Ah, fuck. I was playing on hard mode as a sword main. No! Why can't I jump? Yeah, just kill me. Just kill me. I fucked up too much. Okay, grab it. There we go. It's like the first attempt, I was able to jump up and hit him before he could do that. No. Yeah, I guess tip number 1, don't get locked in the corner. Okay. Okay, if you stay up in his face, he can't really do a whole lot. He just does the spinny. Gotcha, okay. Now I just gotta beat this guy again. So close! I'm so close! No, okay. Oh, come on. Ah! The hitbox! Okay, I know what to do now, though. Oh, fuck. It's like half your life bar if he hits you with that. Ow. Damn. Half the time I can avoid this no problem. Okay. Locked in the corner. Now I just gotta do this without getting hit at all. Oh, I can dodge through the fire. That's a game changer. I assumed the fire would hurt me no matter what. New tech, yeah. I just assumed it doesn't make sense that you could dodge through fire. Fire doesn't seem like something you can dodge through. You know? Oh, I can even dodge through him. Ow. That was a hit I didn't need to take. I got greedy. Damn it. Oh, damn it. I'm just doomed. Yeah. Okay, give me a moment. Where does this take me? Oh, this is somewhere new. Hold on, maybe there's something I can unlock. No, I need something new. I can maybe get that. Unfinished lullaby. Fragment of a lullaby written by a mother intended to soothe the cries of an innocent one. I see. I was hoping this would be a shortcut to here. It is not. I need that guy to, like, eat my sin or whatever. Can't just ask a guy to eat your sin. Sure you can. That's his job. He likes it. Presumably. Not where I wanted to go. This ghost clown is gonna follow me all the way to college. Oh, thanks. Kill 300 enemies using that. Achievement unlocked. This was the... yeah. Have you ever thought about doing a stretch channel points reward? What would that be? Like, do channel points so I stretch? Who would want to watch me stretch? That strikes me as being like the grab a glass of water channel thing.
Welcome back, penitent one.
It's weird.
The flowers of morning, but the beauty of each bud conceals a thorn in my side. A penance that I carry with exultation that brings me closer to my purpose, and perchance to yours.
Perchance to dream.
So be it.
Whoops, I didn't see how much that cost.
The sacrament now going
2,000. That's a lot. Yeah, let me go heal up real quick. Yo, what's up, buddy?
Pray, how can I assist thee, penitent one?
Increases mystical damage. I suppose I could see. What happens if I combine them?
May the hands of...
There's some kind of bonus, but I don't know what it is. Like, there's a thing in between them, but what does that mean, chat?
Pray, how... The altarpiece on your back now has more capacity.
Here, I will wait for you until you gather more marks of martyrdom to extend your altarpiece.
RT. Increase any source of elemental damage. Okay. And then I can put the guy back who gives me increased physical damage.
May the hands of...
May the hands of the miracle weave an underwater basket of your dreams, Penitent One. You know, in this world, chat, a glory hole is probably a very different thing. Think of it, Penitent One. What a glorious hole it would be. Praise be to the almighty miracle. You gonna go away? How am I supposed to get up? He's just standing right there, menacingly. Oh, okay. There we go. The answer, of course, is always iframes. What if the I stands for India? Alright, I'm back. I jumped. Gotcha, bitch. All right, little one. Oh. Ow. Okay. We're here. We got it. No! Evil baby can stop us is a wild line. Yeah? I thought we were doing so good. From downtown. Stand in the fire for a little while. That does so much damage now. Oh, thank you, tiny child. All right, all right, all right. No. No, this is the part that's easy to dodge. Eat fire! How do you like it? Ah! Blood and iron. We did it, baby! One mark of martyrdom. Modernity. Whew. Game easy, not hard. Oh, hey. Well, you know, I didn't think I would end up in the puppet dimension, where all the dead puppets go to lie around in, like, the swamp. Yeah, I'm just gonna... do I have to talk to the painting?
Be witness to this vigil before my final journey.
Do I have to? You look like you're about to be pulled apart. I don't like that.
My body has been returned to me at last.
Huh?
I am now master of this flesh, of this trembling, of this agony.
I don't need to know what you get up to on your own, buddy.
How sweet the pain when it is our own.
Sure.
Penitent one. You who came to witness the miracle.
That's not what it says down there. Oh, hey.
The memory of him still hurts. So it was that a humble married couple, torn apart by their inability to conceive a child, entrusted themselves in their utter desperation to the miracle. A miracle whose light seemed to have gone out in all our hearts. For having long ceased to bathe us in its benevolent radiance, we believed it extinct.
The dying day already puts out its celestial light.
Oh, okay.
Was it my
I thought there was going to be more. I was barely animated at all.
Let the miracle cast open its black gates, so I might venture to where that terrible dream, from which one never wakes, awaits.
Going to hell? Oh, okay. Have fun. A new journey begins. And the city shrank 3 sizes that day. Okay, so every boss I defeat lowers the city a little bit, and if it gets down to the ground, then I can reach it. Oh. So I gotta beat 3 bosses and 5 birds? Okay. The birds don't seem that hard. That shouldn't be too difficult. Siphon, raiding with a party of 2. Welcome. Hello.
Penitent one, you have encountered one of the 3 regrets.
Have I? I thought I just fought a dude and a baby. That's very different. I hope the Patreon votes for Canine Vanquish Soul next. I don't even think that's on their radar, unfortunately. Oh, actually, real quick, before I forget, I was supposed to do that today. I got so lost because of my phone and everything. We're gonna late night Patreon post. Where is it? Influencers of influencers. Fortunately, the first one is pretty easy. Attention, patrons. The spooky fog is almost cleared. Sunrise awaits, which means it's time to pick next month's deck. All $10 patrons can submit one idea in chat without explanation or added chatter. Actually, let me just, without explanation, and let me put it in all caps without, because so many people want to try to ask questions here, and that's not what this is for. If you have any questions or comments, leave them in the attached thread. If you donate $10 or more and can't post here, ping me and I'll fix that. Okay. And then we create thread. to September 2026 questions. Questions here. And then we copy the link to the thread. We edit our message. We put the link to the thread in the thread itself. Recursion. There we go. I'm not a patron. I shouldn't listen. You could become a patron if you wanted to. Either way, it's just so you learn about what's going on. So yeah, we'll see whatever they got.
The first part of the testimony of the birth has been revealed to you, and the eminent sculptor figure of the Father has descended.
Huh.
Find the other two guardians.
I'll consider it. Have a good one. Oh. Okay. Well, no better time than to find out. That kills people, Carl! I thought maybe I could learn a secret or two. Yeah, that was one of the few things that was interesting about the first game, was that they had a, one of the, like, travel upgrades you get is essentially, like, you can jump into the bottomless pits. They ain't bottomless anymore. And I always like that in Metroidvanias, because a lot of, like, one of the problem with Metroidvanias, right, is that once you learn how they work, it's like, oh, you see this, and you already know, okay, so I'm gonna get a wall climb. You see something just too high for you to jump, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna get a double jump. It's really hard to subvert expectations, because people know what they're going to get. And so there's never that aha moment of like, oh, this opens up that thing. And that, the previous game did that pretty well, because it's like, okay, these are bottomless pits. I wouldn't expect there to be a way to survive the bottomless pits. They're bottomless pits. Let's see. Blood? Would this be Chris's blood? No, I remember where that is. Okay. Considering I'll be playing it. Oh, sorry. Slight spoilers, I suppose. Another game that did that very well. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the beginning. No, I still need a double jump, and I don't have a double jump. I don't have a swim. I do have something down there, but I have a feeling there's more. So I guess I'm just gonna go this away. I'll forget by then, yeah. To be fair, the way you get the thing to get to the bottomless pits, I think is like a big, complicated thing that I never would have figured out on my own. Oh. Okay. You might have more babies to hand over to the big baby. I do, but I'm not going back up there yet, because I don't have... That's another place I need like a double jump to continue. Yeah, I think we're just going to continue on this way. What was in here again? Was this open last time we came? No, it was not. Hello, giant hand.
Come closer and contemplate this delicate tumbaga. The embroidered shawls, the silk dresses.
Okay.
You are in Regina's shop.
Hello, Regina.
My goods are my home, my bed. They are as much a part of me as I am of them.
And you want to sell them?
You point, and this diligent arm will surely grant your request.
Kinky. Increase the block of time, or Window of time to perform a block. Well, I don't block, so I don't need that one. Cover health after an execution. Those rarely happen. Reduces penalties for accumulation of guilt. I might need that one. Increase the fervor generated with attacking enemies. I do like that. Slightly increases the damage of prayers. Increases resistance to lightning. Increases resistance to mystical. Slightly increases martyrdom points earned. I do like those. Whose origins, skilled hands could join a knot. Okay, so that's to increase the rosary. These are expensive, and 2 marks of martyrdom.
So, nothing here is of interest to you.
Such a pity. Okay, so I assume martyrdom points are the souls. I haven't gotten a rosary upgrade yet. Is there something where I can read? Rats, rats, we are the rats. You get more from killing enemies if you equip that. Gotcha. Oh, I forgot I even had this. Press RB in the air to activate with quick airstrike. Can be used to cancel airstrikes. Sure, I'll acquire that. Increases fire damage inflicted. I do like to do more fire damage. Okay. Yeah, I'll come back for some of those later once I have more points. I still need to figure out, I need whatever it is that gets you into those mirrors. Time for arson. Yeah, I was gonna say, we were talking about, what are they called? Metroidvanias that subvert your expectations with, like, the travel powers. There's one really simple one I'll always remember, which is a game called, Super Win the Game, which is a sequel to a weird, like... It's funny because there's a game called You Have to Win the Game, which is kind of like fourth wall breaky. Oh, I could go down here the whole time. Huh. And Super Win the Game is like its sequel, which doesn't really break the fourth wall and is just like a standard Metroidvania. Oh. Please burn. I love being able to stun enemies. Nice. 1,000 Tears of Atonement. That's a lot. I can sneak through. I'm good. Oh. I need to come through from the other side. Break on through to the other side, perhaps. Yeah, Super Win the Game had an interesting thing where, like, you know, it used water as a hazard along with hot lava, and you got a thing that let you swim through water eventually, which kind of opened up, like, there's a bunch of, like, pits early on that are just like, oh, if you fall in them you die and it resets you back up. And then it's like, oh, now you can jump in these and explore around and have a fun time. Oh, I need the double jump. Oops. But then it had the same thing with lava pits. And that was one of those, like, the first dungeon is just full of, like, lava everywhere. And so it's like, it's this whole moment, like, near the end of the game, you go back to the very first dungeon, and there's essentially, like, a second dungeon underneath the lava. Smash all the candles on the walls. That's how it be sometimes. There's a combo I should know. Okay, yeah, it turns that way. Or on, I should say. Oh. You get wrapped up in wood. Oh, well, thank you. Okay, now let's go explore these sewers real quick. You always gotta check the walls. Oh. I can swing through, but I can't get through. Yeah, I hate that they replaced all of the kill anim, or not all of them, but a lot of the kill animations. It used to be every character had their own. And now some of them do, but the rest of them you just get the wrapping people up in your wood hand. Gotcha. A bleeding miracle, I see. Oh, hi. Launches a crimson disc. Inflicts mystical damage. I've got a ranged attack. It's the spell from the last game, yeah. Aha. Do I need the double jump? Can't open that. Gotcha. Oh, and I need the climby powers to get up there. Artful dodger. Is there a way to get in there? Oh yeah, that's... okay. Gotcha, 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 gotcha. Oh, it's you. There we go. Ain't that fancy? Oh, okay. Yeah, I just need the other ones. Hey, that's pretty cool. I can see you hiding up there. Yeah, at least they give you more. I knew it. You can't hide from me. I'm the gingerbread man. The Prince. Price of blood. Slightly increase the tiers of atonement gained. Yep. I'll bring the other one back if we need bosses. Streams like this is an anime opening, getting hyped for what's coming up. Ah. Oh, okay. I see you up there. Gross mummies. Beyblade, Beyblade, let it rip. Metal fusion, let it rip. Interesting. Oh, hi. Another one of these. I guess I'll use it just to say that I have. I see. I need to get the reflecty-do. Please burn. So now we're in the real Castlevania hours. How do you like it? Okay, it didn't follow me down here. Oh hey, I earned our mark of martyrdom. Go on. Can you get me? You can't get me. Oh hi. Swordy doos. Two of them things? Two of them things. Sarmento and cilantro. They are the fastest weapons in your arsenal, forged with the intention of being wielded by experts from the school of Vendara Destreza, whose swift and accurate thrust, blended with their defensive mastery. Adherence to the teachings of the school can transport the wielder to ecstasy, empowering their thrusts. Giggity? Yeah, you get a thrust and a parry. That's not what I thought. Where was that again? Oops. Aha! They didn't tell you that part. You just had to figure it out. Fuck this, man. Oh, I can just kill the Beyblade. Oh, come on. This is bullshit. Back around. Why do those little guys take so much? You would think the big hammer would hit them for a lot. Fuck. You don't drop any souls. Yeah, instead your mana bar just goes down. It lowers your max health, does it? Yeah, like these little things feel like they should get crushed. They feel like they shouldn't take as much, as many hits as a skeleton. They just get, okay, well I still got the alchemist apparently. Where was that? Oh, it's one of these. Increases miasma damage. Gotcha. Would the parry give you invulnerability frames? No idea. I think they want me to parry these guys, but I refuse. I am playing the big hammer man. Not what I meant to do. Oh, they're still here. Weird. Gotcha. Okay. I'm trying to remember where were the, they were like the little, there they are. Another arena. Okay, sure. There we go. A fervent kiss. Piece of cloth used by high sanctities to cleanse their hands after being kissed. Interesting. Oh. I know where this is. I'm pretty sure. No, I don't. Ah! Another one. Yeah, go to this one real quick. We'll come back. First of all, savey points. I believe there was a thing through here. Yeah. Yeah, I can do a parry, but it doesn't seem to give me a riposte. Like I can't counterattack. Ow. Yeah, sometimes this seems to stop them. Oh. Okay. Knocked me right out of the room, it did. Huh? Every chandelier falls here. Are there 3D Metroidvanias? Yeah, there's some. Wait, why did I do that? Oh, I had a chance. Another mark of martyrdom. Yeah, so I can't hit him. I can't hit the chandeliers, but they can hit me. I don't want to go down. Please die. And don't come back. Fuck. Sometimes it seems to stun them, sometimes not so much. It didn't come back. Easy. Let me through, bitch. I see you up there. You can't fool me. Right, so this was... Aha! Ah, so a hidden room that hides nothing but more of these assholes. Oh, okay. Ah! Get stabbed. Oh. I guess I need to come from the other side. Hello from the other side. Oh, hey. A savey pop. The fluke marm? Possibly. I let it rip, what can I say? Gotcha. Having tea?
And you may die, perhaps even rot away before my very eyes, but that will not help you. I can wait as long as it takes, long after those insatiable worms have finished their repulsive feasting. In the end, I will discover that secret thou hast been concealing from me since the first dusty cobweb appeared under the eaves of this home. And since the first wrinkle marred thine already pale and bony forehead. But for now, behave yourself. Can you not see we have a guest at our table? Sit down, sit down. Welcome to this humble table. My name is Gastula, for that was what my parents so desired.
Me too.
It is a great rarity these days for footsteps to echo through these lonely halls.
I saw a lot of people walking through the hallways.
Yours have not gone unnoticed. What dost thou seek here? Dost thou crave the same fate that befell so many unfortunates who ended up possessed by the very gold they sought to make their own? Yes, this manor is awash with mysteries, secrets, and curses. If only I could find the hiding place of my brother Trifon's manuscript, perchance I might have at least one less mystery to solve. How deluded you are. Did you think you could keep it from me any longer? Do not listen to this brother of mine, dear visitor. Do not believe his untruths.
Give the scroll of the Elder? Sure.
What does this mean? It's blank. I can't hear you. Where have you gone, Trifon? Don't leave me. Stay. Even with intrigues. Even with secrets.
Remembrance of Trifon. I have no idea what's going on. Symbol of an old man who never recognized the affection he felt for his sister.
I no longer hear your voice. I do not believe you have gone. Is this another of your deceptions? I no longer hear. I do not believe. Is this another?
If you enter that room, they swap. Huh.
The dark sockets of your skull no longer return my gaze. What memories, what old dreams have taken you from us?
Weird. Well, they've got one life between the two of them, it feels like. At first I thought it was like, not even death will save you from the nagging. Take my wife, please. Please. Ow. Oh, I see. Ah. Gotcha! The Tempest! I feel pretty clever for that. Was that another person? Okay. Increases lightning damage. Okay. I don't do lightning damage. I do fire damage. Fuck. Can't get me up here. I'm on a table. Oh. Oh. Oh, I can't dodge through him. I can dodge through fire, but I can't dodge through him. I get it. I don't get it. Try this again. Zap. Zap. Oh, I thought I could jump. Why can't I hit that? Okay, so they put 2 up there, but you could only hit 1 if you could jump from the table, so I really just need to stay over on that table side, I suppose. I just assumed both would be hittable, otherwise why put 2? Unless there's some sort of upwards attack I haven't unlocked yet, and you need that. Yeah, you just... Oh, no. So there is an upward strike, but it's weird and diagonal. Gotcha. I hated that. Awful. Making me use the other stuff. Cup embellished with small stones used in rituals. At its bottom, dark blood stains can be seen. Have I been here before? Senor Embroiderer's Thimble. Slightly reduces damage from traps and falls. There's fall damage in this game? Okay, I haven't gone over there yet. Oh, I thought they were all frozen. Get dunked on. You again. Ow. Where's the caveman? And they're out here, and I'm in here, and I'm the sheriff. And you're the sheriff. Everyone's the sheriff. Sure, fine. There we go. The thing has fallen. Oh, could it be right down onto what I needed? Okay, let's check out the rest of the up top before we... Yeah. It's an ancient meme before my time, is it? I thought the caveman meme was like the last 5 years or something. Fuck. I hate you. Ah! It's right up here, it's right up here. I just need to get there without getting hit. Ah! Okay. Whew! Okay, maybe I can't get up there. Oh wait, it's up here. Gotcha. Damn it. There we go. Jeez. I do not like this whole weapon switching for platforming thing. Okay. I gotta kill everything here first, though. Oh. Got it. All the gauntlets in the world, eh, Charlie? First try. Silver-clad crystal shard. Not spending any of your currency, or are the shops further away? The shops aren't around here. Piece of a mirror that once reflected 2 moons in a great storm. Its sharp point can mark the silver on other crystals. Huh. Okay. Let's see what kind of boss we got here then.
The dark sockets. What memories?
Funny. Yeah. The lack of mark use is making me feel like I was in fact bad at this game the whole time. What do you mean, mark use? The marks of martyrdom? Yeah, I guess I do still have 7 of them. Yeah, I will do this. You're always sitting on like 5 and not investing them. I feel like I'm gonna run up against something I really want. Increase base defense. Oh. Halves the time required to charge Verdicto? What's Verdicto? Oh. There we go. Yo, what up?
Welcome to this palace.
Thanks.
How silent, how mundane these luxurious chambers have been.
I heard a whole bunch of screaming and stuff, so I don't think it's necessarily silent. Also, there was that nice couple that talked to me. 1 second. We're getting pinged. No, it's just someone pinging about Magic the Gathering. And MBT dropped a video. Okay. Sorry.
Halls that were once frequented by the most distinguished of visitors. They all ended up staying here. Captives. Trapped. Petrified like golden statues. Prisoners of the very riches they craved.
Is that what the mummies were?
Dance now with my steel, penitent one. We will embroider your flesh in sacred torment, in a tapestry of blood and gold.
Okay. 1 second, let me change out my rosaries.
On guard.
Just let me... I want the... I have a feeling I'll need the resistance to lightning damage. Okay. Gotcha. Ow. Gotcha. Ooh. Wow. Oh. Oh. Ah. Ah, if she knocks you off, it's just dead. Is this the closest? No, that one's probably closer, right? Okay. Actually, where's the... And the hand's right there, too. Okay. I need to have full magic if I'm going to beat this. Oh. Ouchie, wah. Oh yeah, this is the guy. Hey, I need you to eat more sins, please. I've been dying a lot.
So be it.
Thank you.
The sacrament now go.
Eat my sins, bro. Real quick, did I have more? I had more statues, right? But these just increase damage. Yeah, there's really no point. Although I think I got a... No, that's not the flask. Okay. You have 2 more things to give the chalice lady, though? Oh, do I? I thought she only wanted chalices. Yeah. Oh.
With this crystal, I mark and imbue thy flasks with silver and bile.
The healing power has been improved. Neat.
Only the miracle shall know how many crystals have been bathed in its grace.
Give the ornate chalice a deny.
I shall wait for thee. Bring me chalices and vials.
Because I gotta see if I leave and then come back in. Is she gonna be more skeleton? No, it's still the same amount. Okay.
Now I shall enhance the vital light within thee.
More health.
I shall wait for thee.
Hand over
I
chalice.
shall wait for... Bring me more. Bring me chalice.
Make a sacrifice. I still don't know what this means. What am I sacrificing? It does damage to you. That's it. There is a reason. Okay. I'm back.
Onga.
Oh, okay. And I'm dead. Do not get near the edge, I understand. I will say this is new. The previous game didn't really have any sense of like salty run back. Usually every boss had like a bonfire right before it.
Onga.
Ow. 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 Ugh. Ouch. Whoa. Yeah, I gotta jump over that. Come back here. Stop trying to fight me and fight me. The fuck? Uh-oh. I cannot attack these. I can only dodge. Oh. I do not know how I'm supposed to dodge that. Oh, I'm pretty close. Oh yeah, you have magic. I do. Unfortunately, my magic, like, hits the ground. And she's often jumping everywhere. There seems to be spots you can crouch. Okay. Oh, she's weak to fire. She's very weak to fire. If you could hit her. Wait, just one phase? That's it? The first boss set me up and I was like, oh, okay, so that's how it's gonna be. Every boss is gonna be Ornstein and Schmo. We're gonna have 3 fucking phases with 2 different kinds of people. I do like that the music got faster and faster as it went on. The baby was harder. Well, back to Puppet World.
Be witness to this vigil before my final journey.
Okay.
I, Orospina, am the daughter of the looms.
I see.
Of the mantle of gold and fine silver and scarlet and white.
Too many ands. You could put some commas in there.
Eldest sister of the confraternity of embroiderers. Ancient secret of the needle and the thread. Where I go, naught shimmers with gold.
Yeah, it's pretty dark here.
And my graceful steel will never again adorn the air with its elegant silver calligraphy.
Not with that attitude.
Penitent one, you who come to witness the miracle, behold.
Okay. Ah.
But their plea was so humble and true that the miracle, whose lofty reasons are beyond our earthly ken, finally stirred from its slumber, aroused from its repose, and moved by the sweet melody of such noble supplications, it blessed this couple of devout believers, whose faith had never wavered, granting them the child they so desired.
Okay.
The warm and golden caress of twilight invites me to close my eyes. Let the miracle cast open its black gates, so I might venture to where that terrible dream from which one never wakes awaits.
Bo. It sinks further. The city's getting closer. I got to admit, it's getting closer. It's getting closer. By the sea. Okay, so the story I got so far. There's the miracle, which is kind of like God, and it's giving birth to a giant heart over everything. And it had 3 protectors, and the protectors are telling the story of there was this couple, and they really wanted a baby, and they prayed to the miracle, and no one believed in the miracle at that point, but they still believed, and the miracle was like, you got it. And it's probably some kind of weird divine horror baby. So far, the babies have been scary in this game.
Penitent one, you have known the second of the regrets, and with it, another part of the testimony. The figure of the mother has descended, full of mercy. Anon, the upper part of the city, separated from the rest by the miracle's design, will join the rest. Find the last guardian.
I remember that game. $800 tears. I can't go down. Oh, and that opens the other one. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. I still don't have the ability to do the double jump. But that's probably fine. Last Guardian is the one with the big puppy, right? I think. I am curious. We're about at our time, so I don't want to go into a whole other thing. But I'm curious how much of like the early zone where like we first went through I can access with the travel powers I have right now. I got the jumpy. Yeah, I need something else to get over there. Burn, burn, burn! How do you like me? How do you like me? Become tree. How do I get up there? Why would people just become tree? Would people do that? Go on the internet and just become tree? Yeah, I need to go up in order to go down. There's some kind of bell around here. Yeah, because in order to break this, I need to get up there, and in order to get up there, I need to have other stuff over here. Okay, so I can't quite go. Alright, I think we're going to call it for today, though, but, I think we did pretty good. We upgraded our flask. I defeated 2 whole bosses. 2 of the 3. Once I finish the 3rd boss, then we're just on to the final boss. This game only has 4 bosses. Surely. We're 17% of the map. Yup. Yep, I have a feeling. I mean, this probably connects over here. We've got more over there, it seems like. And then the other half, it's like, yeah, then the other 3/4 of the map comes down once you fight these 3 bosses. The maps in these games are biggins. Big fat maps, what can I say? Oh. Alright. Well, hopefully you enjoyed. I had a fun time. I don't know if that translated over if you enjoyed watching, but if you did, thank you. I'm glad you joined. If not, we will be back on Tuesday. We'll be playing more... What's it called? Pumpkin. The King of Ghosts. That's the best kind of ghost there is. Where the heck is... There's the Twitch. We're gonna see who is streaming, shall we? Someone to go raid.